Story 1. The Castle's Long Shadow. The heavy oak door creaked open with a groan that echoed through the otherwise silent corridor. Eleanor, her hands calloused from years of service, carefully balanced a stack of freshly laundered linens. Sunlight, thin and watery, streamed through a high, narrow window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Castle Grimfong, despite its imposing name, was often quiet, especially in the older sections rarely visited by the lord or his family. Eleanor found a strange comfort in these forgotten corners, a sense of peace away from the constant demands of her duties. She was on her way to the West Wing, tasked with refreshing the chambers that had been left unused for what seemed like decades. Lord Auburn rarely entertained guests anymore, and the West Wing, with its drafty halls and faded tapestries, had fallen into a state of gentle decay. As she navigated the winding passages, her attention was caught by a section of wall that seemed slightly out of place. The stonework was the same gray as the rest, but the pattern of the stones was subtly different, almost as if a section had been added later. Curiosity, a rare indulgence in her regimented life, tugged at her. Setting down the linens, Eleanor ran her fingers along the cold, rough surface. One particular stone, larger than the others, felt slightly loose. With a bit of effort, she managed to wiggle it free. Behind it was not more stone, but a dark, narrow opening. A musty odor, like that of damp earth and forgotten things, wafted out. Eleanor hesitated for a moment, a flicker of unease prickling her skin. She knew she should probably inform someone of her discovery, perhaps Master Bram, the aging steward. But the allure of the unknown was too strong to resist. Carefully, she peered into the darkness. It seemed to be some kind of passage, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Taking a deep breath, Eleanor decided to investigate. She replaced the loose stone, making sure it fit snugly back into place, and then hurried to finish her chores. The image of the hidden passage lingered in her mind, a secret waiting to be unveiled. Later that evening, after the castle had settled into its nightly quiet, Eleanor returned to the West Wing. Armed with a small, sputtering candle, she made her way back to the concealed opening. The corridor was even darker now, the shadows stretching long and distorted in the flickering light. Finding the loose stone again, she removed it and slipped into the narrow passage. The air inside was cold and still, the silence broken only by the soft rustle of her simple woolen dress against the rough stone walls. The passage sloped gently downwards, twisting and turning in a way that disoriented her. The beam of her candle danced ahead, revealing nothing but more stone and darkness. A sense of anticipation, mixed with a growing unease, filled her. Where did this passage lead? What secrets did it hold? After what felt like a considerable distance, the passage opened into a small, circular chamber. The air here was even colder, carrying a faint, metallic scent. Eleanor held her candle higher, trying to make out the details of the room. The walls were bare stone, and in the center stood a heavy wooden chest, its iron bands rusted with age. Her heart quickened. Could this be where the passage ended? As she approached the chest, a faint sound reached her ears. It was a whisper, soft and indistinct, seeming to come from the very walls themselves. Eleanor froze, her hand hovering over the lid of the chest. She strained her ears, trying to make out what the whisper was saying, but it was just a murmur, a sibilant rustling that sent a shiver down her spine. She told herself it was just the wind, perhaps seeping through cracks in the stonework, but the castle was old, and she had heard tales of strange occurrences within its walls, whispers on the wind that carried more than just air. Ignoring the unsettling sound, Eleanor knelt down and examined the chest. There was no lock, only a heavy iron latch. With a grunt, she managed to lift it. The lid creaked open, revealing the contents within. It was filled with old, leather-bound books, their pages yellowed and brittle with age. There were also several rolled-up parchments, tied with faded ribbons, and a few small, intricately carved wooden boxes. As she reached into the chest, the whispering started again, louder this time. It sounded closer, almost as if it were right behind her. Eleanor whipped around, her candle casting wild shadows on the walls. But there was nothing there, just the cold stone and the oppressive silence, punctuated by the faint, unsettling whispers. Despite her growing fear, Eleanor couldn't resist the urge to examine the contents of the chest. She carefully lifted one of the books. Its cover was plain, unmarked leather, but as she opened it, she saw that the pages were filled with elegant, spidery script. The language was old, but she could make out some of the words. They spoke of rituals, of ancient rites, and of sacrifices made to appease unseen powers. A knot of dread tightened in her stomach. She picked up another book and then another. Each one seemed to corroborate the others, painting a disturbing picture of the family who had lived in this castle for generations. The whispers continued, a constant, unsettling murmur that seemed to be growing louder, more insistent. Eleanor felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead. She had to get out of here. Quickly, she replaced the books and parchments in the chest, closed the lid, and latched it shut. Her hands trembled as she fumbled with the loose stone, pushing it back into place. The whispers seemed to follow her as she made her way back through the narrow passage, her candle casting frantic shadows that danced like mocking spirits. Emerging back into the familiar corridor of the West Wing, Eleanor leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The silence here was a welcome relief, even though she knew the whispers might still be lurking just beyond the stone. She extinguished her candle, plunging the corridor back into darkness, and hurried back to her small chamber in the servants' quarters. Sleep offered little respite. Eleanor tossed and turned, haunted by the faint whispers and the disturbing words she had read in the ancient books. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had stumbled upon something terrible, something that the lords of Castle Grimfong had kept hidden for centuries. The next day, Eleanor went about her duties with a heavy heart. The memory of the hidden chamber and its secrets weighed on her. She found herself constantly glancing at the walls, wondering if there were more hidden passages, more secrets waiting to be discovered. The whispers seemed to have faded, but she couldn't shake the feeling that they were still there, just out of earshot, waiting. One afternoon, while cleaning Lord Oberon's study, Eleanor noticed a small, intricately carved wooden box sitting on his desk. It was similar to the ones she had seen in the chest in the hidden chamber. A sudden, chilling realization washed over her. The whispers, the books, the chest, the box, they were all connected. As she dusted the box, she noticed a small inscription on its lid, written in the same old script she had seen in the books. She couldn't decipher all of it, but one word stood out, clear and unmistakable: sacrifice. Eleanor's blood ran cold. She knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that she had stumbled upon a dark and terrible secret, a secret that put her own life in danger. The whispers seemed to echo in her mind, no longer faint and indistinct, but clear and menacing. She had to be careful. She had to find out more, and she had to decide what to do with the horrifying knowledge she had uncovered. The long shadow of Castle Grimfong had begun to fall upon her. The chilling word, sacrifice, echoed in Eleanor's thoughts as she continued her duties, a constant, unwelcome companion. The ornate wooden box on Lord Oberon's desk seemed to gleam with a sinister light, a tangible link to the unsettling discovery in the hidden chamber. She knew she couldn't ignore what she had found. The whispers, the ancient texts, and now this box. They pointed to a darkness that had taken root within the very stones of Castle Grimfong. Driven by a mixture of fear and a desperate need to understand, Eleanor resolved to find a way back to the hidden chamber. The memory of the loose stone was clear, but she worried that someone might have noticed it. Days turned into nights, each one filled with a gnawing anxiety. She kept a close watch on the West Wing, noting who went in and out, but it remained as deserted as ever. One afternoon, while dusting in the castle library, Eleanor noticed a large, intricately carved bookshelf that seemed slightly askew. It was heavier than the others, and when she tried to straighten it, she found it wouldn't budge. Running her hand along its edge, she felt a faint seam, almost invisible to the naked eye. Could this be another hidden passage? Her heart pounded with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. She tried pushing and pulling at different sections of the bookshelf, but nothing happened. Then, she noticed a small, almost hidden indentation in one of the carved panels. It was shaped like a crescent moon. Remembering the symbols she had seen in the ancient books, Eleanor felt a surge of intuition. Perhaps this was a locking mechanism. After a frantic search, she found a small, silver crescent moon pendant tucked away in a dusty corner of an old jewelry box in one of the unused chambers. It was tarnished and dull, but the shape was unmistakable. With trembling hands, she inserted the pendant into the indentation on the bookshelf. There was a soft click, and the heavy bookshelf swung inward, revealing another dark passage. This passage was wider than the first, and the air within was less musty, carrying a faint scent of beeswax and old paper. Eleanor hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside, her small candle held high. The passage led downwards, eventually opening into a larger room. This chamber was clearly a study or archive of some kind. Shelves lined the walls, filled with more leather-bound books and rolled-up parchments. A large wooden desk sat in the center of the room, covered in papers and various artifacts. This time, the whispers were louder, almost a chorus, seeming to emanate from the very air around her. Eleanor tried to ignore them, focusing on the task at hand. She began to examine the books on the shelves, carefully pulling out those that looked the oldest. Many were written in the same archaic script she had seen before, but some were in a more familiar form of medieval Latin. As she deciphered the texts, a horrifying picture began to emerge. The books detailed the history of the Grimfong family, tracing their lineage back to a shadowy figure who had made a pact with dark entities in exchange for power and prosperity. The price for this pact, it seemed, was the regular sacrifice of human lives. The rituals were described in gruesome detail, the victims often young and innocent. Eleanor's stomach churned as she read about generations of Grimfong lords who had continued this horrific tradition, their wealth and influence built upon a foundation of blood and terror. The whispers seemed to intensify as she delved deeper into the family's dark history, almost as if the spirits of the sacrificed were crying out from beyond the grave. On the desk, Eleanor found a series of journals written in more recent times. One, bearing the name of Lord Alaric Grimfong, who had lived a century before, detailed his struggles with the demands of the ancient pact. He wrote of the terrible burden of choosing the victims, the guilt that gnawed at his conscience, and the fear of the consequences if the sacrifices were not made. Another journal, written by Lord Valerian, Lord Auburn's father, was even more disturbing. He wrote with chilling detachment about the necessity of the rituals, viewing them as a sacred duty, a means of ensuring the continued power and prestige of the Grimfong line. He even described the selection process, the subtle ways in which potential victims were identified and groomed for their fate. Eleanor's hands trembled as she read these words, her mind reeling from the Jasayushia revelation. The noble family she served, the family she had always believed to be benevolent, was steeped in a history of unimaginable cruelty. The whispers now seemed to carry a note of warning, a sense of impending doom. Among the papers on the desk, Eleanor found a collection of sketches and drawings. They depicted strange symbols and sigils, along with detailed illustrations of the sacrificial rituals. One drawing in particular caught her eye. It showed a young woman, bound and gagged, lying on a stone altar. Above her stood a figure in a hooded cloak, holding a gleaming dagger. The woman in the drawing bore a striking resemblance to Eleanor herself. A wave of icy fear washed over her. Could it be possible? Had she been chosen as the next sacrifice? The whispers seemed to confirm her ujasnuipadazrania. They swirled around her, no longer just murmurs, but distinct voices, chanting in a language she didn't understand, yet somehow felt deep in her bones. Panic began to set in. Eleanor knew she had to get out of this room, out of this castle, before it was too late. But as she turned to leave, she noticed something else on the desk. A small, leather-bound book, unlike the others. Its cover was smooth and unmarked, and it felt strangely warm to the touch. Intrigued, despite her fear, Eleanor picked it up and opened it. The pages were blank. Confused, she flipped through them again, but they remained stubbornly empty. Then, as she held the book closer to the candlelight, faint writing began to appear on the pages, as if by magic. The words were in a language she had never seen before, but somehow she could understand them. They spoke of an ancient power, a force for good that had been imprisoned within the castle walls by the Grimfong family's dark rituals. The book hinted at a way to break the cycle of sacrifice, to sever the pact that bound the family to the darkness. Eleanor's mind raced. Could this be her chance? Could she not only save herself but also free the castle from the evil that had plagued it for so long? The whispers seemed to shift again, a note of hope mingling with the dread. But as she read further, she realized that breaking the pact would not be easy. It would require a great sacrifice, a willing offering to appease the ancient power. The book did not specify what kind of sacrifice was needed, but Eleanor couldn't shake the feeling that it would demand something precious, something deeply personal. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from the passage outside the room. It sounded like a heavy door slamming shut. Eleanor's heart leaped into her throat. Had she been discovered? Were they coming for her? The whispers turned into a cacophony of menacing voices, closing in on her. She quickly tucked the mysterious book into her dress, extinguished her candle, and pressed herself against the cold stone wall, hoping to remain unseen in the darkness. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, and Eleanor knew that her time was running out. The dark secrets of Castle Grimfong had been revealed, but the price of that knowledge might be her very life. The long shadow of the castle had enveloped her completely, and escape seemed increasingly impossible. The air grew heavy, thick with anticipation of the horrors to come. The heavy thud of the closing door reverberated through the hidden archive, each footstep that followed pounding in Eleanor's ears like a death knell. She held her breath, her back pressed against the cold, damp stone. The mysterious book clutched tightly in her trembling hands. The darkness was her only ally now, the flickering candlelight extinguished just moments before the approaching presence. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by the low murmur of voices. Eleanor recognized one as Lord Auburn's, his usual calm tone now laced with a chilling urgency. They knew she had been in the hidden archive. Panic threatened to overwhelm her, but the instinct for survival, sharp and primal, took over. She had to move, and quickly, remembering the first hidden passage she had discovered, the one behind the loose stone in the West Wing corridor. Eleanor silently crept towards the doorway of the archive. The voices outside were just on the other side now, and she could hear Lord Auburn's sharp intake of breath as he likely saw the open bookshelf. Taking advantage of their momentary surprise, Eleanor slipped out of the archive and into the wider passage. She moved as quickly and quietly as she could, her bare feet making little sound on the stone floor. The passage twisted and turned, and she relied on her memory of the castle layout to guide her. Her goal was the West Wing, and from there, perhaps she could find a way out of the castle altogether. The voices behind her grew louder, and she knew they were in pursuit. Lord Auburn's voice, now raised in anger, echoed through the hidden passages. Find her! She cannot be allowed to leave this castle. Eleanor's heart pounded in her chest. She pushed herself harder, her lungs burning with the effort. She could hear the heavy footsteps of her pursuers getting closer, and she risked a glance back. Two figures, carrying torches that cast long, dancing shadows, were gaining on her. One she recognized as Master Bram, the steward, his usually placid face contorted with a grim determination she had never seen before. She reached the end of the wider passage and found herself back in the narrow, winding tunnel that led to the West Wing corridor. It was a tight squeeze, and she scraped her arms against the rough stone walls, but she pressed on, knowing that every second counted. Finally, she emerged back into the familiar, albeit dimly lit, corridor of the West Wing. She could hear her pursuers close behind, their torches casting flickering light ahead of her. Eleanor knew she couldn't outrun them in the open. She needed to find another hiding place, at least for a while. Her eyes scanned the corridor, desperate for any sign of refuge. She remembered a small, disused storage room at the far end of the wing, often forgotten and rarely used. It was her only chance. She sprinted down the corridor, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the sudden silence as her pursuers momentarily lost sight of her in the transition between passages. Reaching the storage room, she slipped inside and quietly closed the heavy wooden door, hoping the rusty latch would hold. The room was filled with discarded furniture, dusty tapestries, and forgotten relics of the castle's past. It was dark and cramped, but it offered a temporary sanctuary. She could hear her pursuers just outside the door, their voices low and urgent as they discussed their next move. Eleanor pressed her ear against the door, trying to make out what they were saying. "She must be in the West Wing somewhere," Lord Auburn's voice hissed. "Search every room. Leave no stone unturned." Eleanor knew it was only a matter of time before they found her. She looked around the small, dark room, her mind racing. Was there another way out? Her gaze fell upon a large, intricately woven tapestry hanging on one of the walls. It depicted a scene of a hunt, with knights and hounds chasing a stag through a dense forest. Running her hand along its surface, she felt something odd behind it. Pulling the tapestry aside, Eleanor gasped. Behind it was another hidden passage, smaller and darker than the others. It seemed to lead downwards, disappearing into the depths of the castle. Without hesitation, she slipped inside, pulling the tapestry back into place behind her. The passage was narrow and steep, and she had to feel her way along the rough stone walls in the darkness. The air grew colder and damper, and the whispers seemed to intensify again, swirling around her like unseen spirits. But this time there was a different quality to them, a sense of urgency, almost as if they were guiding her. After what felt like an eternity, the passage opened into a vast cavern. The air here was heavy with the smell of damp earth and something else, something ancient and indefinable. In the center of the cavern, a faint light flickered, illuminating a strange, stone altar. Carved into the altar were the same symbols she had seen in the books and drawings in the hidden archive. And then she saw it. Imprisoned within a cage of shimmering energy above the altar was a figure of pure light, radiating a gentle warmth that contrasted sharply with the cold darkness of the cavern. The whispers swirled around the light, a chorus of longing and hope. Eleanor suddenly understood. This was the ancient power spoken of in the mysterious book. The Grimfong family had imprisoned it here, drawing upon its energy for their own dark purposes, and the sacrifices were meant to appease whatever dark entities they had made their pact with. The mysterious book in her hand began to glow faintly. Hesitantly, Eleanor opened it. The previously blank pages were now filled with writing, glowing with the same soft light as the imprisoned figure. The words spoke of a ritual, a way to break the bonds that held the light captive and sever the Grimfong family's connection to the darkness. But as she read further, she understood the true meaning of the sacrifice mentioned earlier. It wasn't another life that was needed, but a willing surrender of something precious, a severing of a personal tie to the darkness that had permeated the castle for so long. Just then, she heard voices echoing from the passage behind her. Lord Auburn and Master Bram had found the hidden passage behind the tapestry. They were closing in. Eleanor knew she had to act quickly. Looking at the imprisoned light, she understood what she had to do. The Grimfong family's power was rooted in their fear, their willingness to perpetuate the cycle of violence and darkness. To break that cycle, someone had to choose a different path. Taking a deep breath, Eleanor stepped forward, towards the light. She closed her eyes and thought of her own life, her years of service in the castle, the small moments of joy and the constant undercurrent of unease. She thought of the darkness she had uncovered, the Jasayushia legacy of the Grimfong family, and then she made her choice. With a whispered word, a word of release and renunciation, Eleanor offered her fear, her resentment, her connection to the oppressive atmosphere of Castle Grimfong to the light. A wave of warmth washed over her, and she felt a lightness she had never experienced before. When she opened her eyes, the light above the altar shone brighter than ever, and the cage of energy that had held it captive shattered into 1,000 shimmering fragments. The whispers around her were no longer menacing, but filled with gratitude and joy. Lord Auburn and Master Bram burst into the cavern, their torches casting wild shadows on the walls. They stopped short, their faces contorted in disbelief and horror at the sight before them. The light filled the cavern, pushing back the darkness that had clung to it for centuries. Eleanor stood before them, no longer a frightened chambermaid, but something more. She held the glowing book in her hand, and a sense of calm radiated from her. "It is over, Lord Oberon," she said, her voice clear and strong. "The pact is broken." The light pulsed, and a wave of energy washed over Lord Oberon and Master Bram. They cried out, clutching their heads, as the darkness that had sustained their family for generations recoiled from the pure light. Eleanor turned and walked towards another passage she now saw at the far end of the cavern, a passage that led upwards, towards the outside world. The whispers followed her, no longer a haunting presence, but a gentle chorus of farewell. As she stepped out into the cool night air, leaving the darkness of Castle Grimfong behind, Eleanor knew that her life would never be the same. The castle stood silent and still in the moonlight, its long shadow no longer a source of dread, but a reminder of the darkness that had been overcome. The air felt cleaner, lighter, but a faint, lingering echo of the whispers on the wind hinted that the ancient power, now freed, might have its own plans for the future of Castle Grimfong and those who remained within its walls. Story 2. The Relic Hunter. Alaric, a man whose past clung to him like the damp chill of a forgotten crypt, found himself once again at the mercy of fortune's fickle hand. Once a brother of the Benedictine order, his expulsion for reasons best left whispered in the shadowed corners of monastic libraries had forced him into a less pious, though arguably more lucrative, profession, the acquisition and sale of religious artifacts. His reputation, though stained by his past, was nonetheless whispered among certain circles, those with coin to spend and a thirst for the tangible remnants of faith, regardless of their provenance. It was a blustery autumn afternoon when a messenger, bearing the unmistakable crest of Lord Beaumont, arrived at Alaric's modest dwelling in the outskirts of Winchester. The seal, pressed firmly into the wax, depicted a rampant griffin, a symbol of power and avarice that Alaric recognized all too well. He broke it with a sigh, anticipating yet another request for some dusty bone or tarnished chalice. The contents of the letter, however, proved to be far more intriguing and considerably more perilous. Lord Beaumont, a man known for his vast wealth and even vaster collection of curiosities, sought a specific relic. Not just any trinket, mind you, but one rumored to reside within the crumbling walls of St. Wulfstan's Abbey, a monastery abandoned for nearly a century, nestled deep within the shadowed embrace of the Blackwood Forest. The letter spoke of an object of immense power, a stone of binding, said to have been used by the early brothers of the Abbey to contain a great evil. Local folklore, the letter conceded with a hint of aristocratic disdain, whispered of a terrible curse that had befallen the monks, leading to the Abbey's eventual abandonment. Lord Beaumont, naturally, dismissed such tales as peasant superstition. He offered Alaric a substantial sum enough to secure a comfortable living for several years, upon the successful retrieval of the stone. Alaric reread the letter, a knot of apprehension tightening in his stomach. He had heard the whispers about St. Wulfstan's Abbey. Even in his less devout days within the monastery, the name had carried a certain weight, a sense of unease that clung to the very syllables. The Blackwood Forest itself was spoken of in hushed tones, a place where shadows danced with a life of their own, and the unwary traveler risked more than just getting lost. Yet, the lure of Lord Beaumont's coin was strong, a siren song to a man perpetually teetering on the edge of poverty. His disgrace had stripped him of his vows and his security, leaving him reliant on his wits and his knowledge of forgotten lore. He penned a swift reply, accepting the commission, and began his preparations. His meager belongings were quickly gathered: a sturdy traveling cloak, a waterskin, a pouch of dried meat, and his most prized possession, a worn leather-bound book filled with arcane symbols and forgotten prayers, salvaged from his former monastic library. He also packed a small pouch of silver coins, enough to secure lodging and provisions along the way. The journey to the Blackwood Forest took several days. Alaric traveled on foot, following the winding tracks that snaked through the countryside. He passed through small villages, their inhabitants wary of strangers, their faces etched with the hardships of medieval life. When he inquired about the Blackwood Forest and St. Wulfstan's Abbey, he was met with averted gazes and hushed warnings. "Stay away from that place, good sir." An old woman with eyes like faded sapphires cautioned him in the village of Oakhaven. "The air itself is tainted with sorrow. Those who venture near St. Wulfstan's never return the same, if they return at all." A grizzled farmer, leaning on his hoe, added his own grim pronouncement. "The monks there, they delved into things best left undisturbed. A darkness fell upon them, and it still lingers within those walls. A curse, they say, a terrible curse." Alaric listened to their warnings, a prickle of unease running down his spine. He had always considered himself a man of reason, one who dealt in tangible objects rather than superstitious fears. Yet, the consistency of the locals' tales, the genuine fear in their eyes, gave him pause. He tried to rationalize it as simple ignorance, the fear of the unknown that often gripped the common folk. But a small, persistent voice within him whispered that there might be more to these stories than mere fancy. As he drew closer to the forest, the landscape began to change. The rolling green hills gave way to dense, gnarled trees that clawed at the sky like skeletal fingers. The air grew heavy and still, the sunlight struggling to penetrate the thick canopy, casting long, distorted shadows that danced with every gust of wind. The sounds of the forest were different here, less the cheerful chirping of birds and more the rustling of unseen things in the undergrowth, the snap of twigs underfoot that seemed to echo in the oppressive silence. Finally, after a long and arduous trek, he reached the edge of the Blackwood Forest. Before him lay a tangled expanse of ancient trees, their branches intertwined like grasping hands, their leaves a mosaic of dying colors. The air here was noticeably colder, carrying a faint, earthy smell, tinged with something else, something metallic and faintly unsettling. He took a deep breath, steeling his resolve. He had accepted Lord Beaumont's commission, and he would see it through. Superstition or not, there was a substantial reward waiting for him. He ventured into the forest, the path ahead barely discernible beneath the fallen leaves and tangled roots. The deeper he went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees seemed to press in on him, their silence broken only by the occasional mournful sigh of the wind through their branches. After what felt like an eternity, a clearing began to emerge through the trees, and there, silhouetted against the pale afternoon sky, stood the ruins of St. Wulfstan's Abbey. Its stone walls, once proud and imposing, were now crumbling and becrute to moss. The roof had long since collapsed, leaving gaping holes that stared like empty eye sockets. A sense of profound desolation hung in the air, a palpable weight of sorrow and decay. Alaric approached cautiously, his hand instinctively resting on the small dagger he carried at his belt. The abbey looked even more foreboding up close. Ivy climbed the decaying walls, obscuring intricate carvings and hinting at the grandeur that had once been. The main gate, its heavy wooden doors long gone, stood ajar, inviting and yet somehow threatening. He stepped through the gate and into the abbey grounds. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds and wildflowers, a testament to nature's relentless reclaiming of forgotten places. A broken stone fountain lay in the center, its basin filled with stagnant water and fallen leaves. The silence here was absolute, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant caw of a crow. It was a silence that felt heavy, expectant, as if the very stones held their breath in anticipation of his arrival. Alaric felt a growing unease, a sense that he was not alone, that unseen eyes were watching him from the shadows. He shook off the feeling, reminding himself that it was likely just the power of suggestion, the influence of the locals' fearful tales. He was here for a relic, a stone of binding. He would find it, claim his reward, and leave this cursed place behind. His journey had ended, and his task was about to begin. The air inside the abbey was thick with the scent of damp stone and decay, a smell that spoke of centuries of neglect and forgotten lives. Alaric stepped cautiously into what appeared to have been the main hall, its once grand proportions now diminished by the collapse of the roof and the encroaching vegetation. Sunlight filtered through the gaping holes above, casting eerie beams that danced with motes of dust, illuminating fragments of faded frescoes on the walls, ghostly figures engaged in acts of devotion, their faces now eroded by time and weather. He moved deeper into the abbey, his footsteps echoing in the unnerving silence. He explored what he believed to be the refectory, the long tables rotted and collapsed, the stone floor littered with debris. He found the remnants of the kitchens, the massive hearth cold and dark, the rusted implements scattered about like forgotten toys. Everywhere he looked, there were signs of the monk's hasty departure, or perhaps something more sinister. A half-eaten meal petrified on a plate, a book left open on a lectern, a tool dropped mid-task. It was as if life had been abruptly suspended within these walls. Alaric's primary goal was to locate the abbey's scriptorium, for it was there, he reasoned, that any records of significant relics would likely be kept. After navigating a maze of crumbling corridors, he found it a large chamber with rows of empty desks, the wooden surfaces scarred and warped. Parchment fragments lay scattered on the floor, their ink faded and illegible. He searched diligently, sifting through the debris, hoping to find some clue, some mention of the stone of binding. As he worked, a subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere. The silence seemed to deepen, becoming almost oppressive. A draft, cold and carrying the faintest whisper, snaked through the chamber, causing the loose parchment to rustle. Alaric dismissed it as the wind, but a feeling of being watched intensified. He glanced around, but saw nothing. Then it began. A fleeting glimpse of movement in the periphery of his vision. A shadow that flickered and vanished before he could focus. He told himself it was his imagination, the product of fatigue and the unsettling environment. But then, he heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sigh, as if someone was standing just behind him, exhaling softly. He spun around, but the scriptorium was empty. His unease grew with each passing moment. The whispers became more frequent, sometimes sounding like hushed prayers, other times like muffled cries of despair. He started to see more of the fleeting shadows, their forms indistinct but undeniably present. He tried to focus on his task, to ignore the growing sense of dread that was beginning to take root in his mind. In a corner of the scriptorium, beneath a pile of fallen masonry, he discovered a heavy wooden chest. Its iron lock was rusted and easily broken. Inside, nestled amongst layers of decaying cloth, he found a collection of ancient scrolls. Their parchment was brittle and yellowed with age, but the ink remained surprisingly clear. Carefully, he unrolled one of the scrolls. It was written in Latin, a language Alaric still possessed a working knowledge of from his monastic days. The scroll detailed the history of St. Wulfstan's Abbey, its founding in the early centuries of the first millennium, and the unusual purpose it served. It spoke not only of prayer and contemplation, but also of a sacred duty, the containment of a primordial evil, a malevolent entity that had threatened to engulf the world in darkness. The stone of binding, the scroll revealed, was not merely a relic but a prison, crafted by ancient hands and imbued with powerful blessings to hold this entity captive. As Alaric continued to read, his blood ran cold. The scroll described how the early monks had dedicated their lives to maintaining the stone's integrity, performing rituals and reciting incantations to ensure the evil remained bound. But over time, their vigilance had waned, their numbers had dwindled, and the entity within the stone had begun to stir. The later entries in the scroll became increasingly frantic, filled with accounts of disturbing visions, unexplained phenomena, and a growing sense of terror among the brothers. The monks wrote of nightmares that bled into their waking hours, of shadows that moved independently, of a chilling presence that permeated every corner of the abbey. The final entry was a desperate plea for divine intervention, written in a shaky hand, ending abruptly mid-sentence. Alaric felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The local legends were not mere superstition. They were rooted in a terrifying reality. The monks had not simply abandoned the abbey. They had likely been consumed by the very evil they had sworn to contain. And now he was here, seeking the prison of this ancient malevolence for a wealthy lord who saw it as nothing more than a curious trinket. As he finished reading the last scroll, the whispers in the scriptorium intensified, swirling around him like a chorus of tormented souls. The shadows flickered more rapidly, their forms becoming slightly more defined. He thought he saw faces within them, gaunt, twisted faces filled with unimaginable suffering. The air grew colder still, and a palpable sense of dread washed over him, a feeling so intense it threatened to paralyze him with fear. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that he was no longer alone in this abandoned abbey. The evil that the monks had fought so hard to contain was still here, perhaps weakened, but certainly not gone. And his presence, his intrusion into its ancient prison, had awakened something terrible, something that had been dormant for centuries. The whispers seemed to coalesce into a single, chilling thought that echoed in the silent chamber, a promise of suffering that resonated deep within his soul. He had come seeking a relic, but he had stumbled upon something far more ancient and infinitely more dangerous, a darkness that was now aware of his presence, and its awakening was only just beginning. The weight of the scrolls in Alaric's hands felt suddenly immense, the brittle parchment seeming to pulse with a malevolent energy. The terrible truth of St. Wulfstan's Abbey had been laid bare, and with it, the horrifying realization of the task Lord Beaumont had unknowingly set before him. This was no mere religious artifact to be bartered for coin. It was a lock on a cage, and Alaric had just rattled the bars. He knew he couldn't simply take the stone of binding to Lord Beaumont. The consequences of unleashing such an entity upon the world were unthinkable. His past transgressions, the reasons for his disgrace, now seemed insignificant in the face of this looming catastrophe. A flicker of his former monastic vows, the oath to protect the innocent and uphold the sanctity of the divine, stirred within him. He had to try and reseal the evil. His gaze fell upon his worn, leather-bound book, tucked safely within his satchel. It contained not only arcane symbols and forgotten prayers, but also detailed descriptions of ancient rituals and methods of warding against dark forces. Knowledge he had acquired during his time in the monastery's hidden archives. Perhaps, just perhaps, there was something within those pages that could help him. He scrambled out of the scriptorium, the oppressive atmosphere now almost suffocating. He needed a place of power, a focal point within the abbey where the binding ritual might be performed. His mind raced, recalling the layout of the monastery from the scrolls. The chapel, the heart of any religious institution, seemed the most likely place. He made his way through the decaying corridors, the whispers and shadows now constant companions. He could feel the entity's presence growing stronger, its awareness of him sharpening. It was as if the abbey itself was alive, its ancient stones groaning and shifting around him, eager to facilitate his demise. He reached the chapel, its once hallowed space now desecrated by time and decay. The altar was overturned, its stone cracked and covered in moss. The stained glass windows, once vibrant with depictions of biblical scenes, were now shattered, allowing the weak afternoon light to filter through in jagged patterns. Despite the ruin, a sense of residual sanctity still clung to the air, a faint echo of the countless prayers that had once filled the space. Alaric cleared a space before the ruined altar, his heart pounding in his chest. He opened his leather-bound book, its pages rustling like dry leaves. He frantically searched for the appropriate ritual, his fingers tracing the faded symbols and Latin incantations. Time felt like it was slipping away, the darkness within the abbey growing more tangible with each passing moment. He found the ritual, a complex sequence of prayers, gestures, and the drawing of protective sigils. It required specific components, some of which he possessed, others he would have to improvise. He gathered what he could find within the ruined chapel: fragments of blessed candles, remnants of incense, even the stagnant water from a broken holy water stoup. As he began the ritual, chanting the ancient Latin words, a cold wind swept through the chapel, extinguishing the flickering light from his makeshift candles. The shadows in the corners deepened, and the whispers intensified, no longer sounding like mournful sighs but like mocking laughter. He could feel the entity pushing against him, its malevolent will trying to disrupt the ritual, to break his concentration. He pressed on, his voice trembling but resolute. He drew the protective sigils on the dusty floor with a piece of charcoal, his hand shaking. The air crackled with an unseen energy, and the temperature plummeted. He could feel the presence of the evil entity drawing closer, its form still unseen but its power undeniable. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the chapel, a sound that seemed to vibrate in his very bones. The shadows coalesced, taking on vague, distorted shapes. Alaric could make out fleeting glimpses of gaunt figures with empty eye sockets, their limbs elongated and twisted, reaching out for him. He held his ground, his voice rising in defiance as he recited the most potent parts of the incantation. He focused his will, drawing upon the last vestiges of his faith, the memory of his former life as a man of God. He envisioned a shield of holy light surrounding him, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The growling intensified, morphing into a cacophony of shrieks and wails. The shadows lunged at him, but they recoiled as they touched the invisible barrier of his protective circle. The air filled with a stench of sulfur and decay, almost overwhelming in its intensity. Alaric knew he was running out of time. The ritual was draining his strength, and the entity's power was growing. He had to find the stone of binding, the focal point of this ancient evil, and complete the resealing. He scanned the ruined chapel, his eyes darting from shadow to shadow. Then, he saw it a dark, smooth stone resting on the overturned altar, radiating a palpable aura of cold and dread. It was larger than he had imagined, roughly the size of his two hands clasped together, and it seemed to absorb the light around it, appearing as a void in the dimly lit chapel. He lunged for the stone, his hand closing around its icy surface. A jolt of pure malevolence shot through him, causing him to cry out in pain. Images flashed through his mind, visions of unimaginable suffering, of a world consumed by darkness. He gritted his teeth, holding on tight, refusing to release his grip. With the stone in his possession, the entity's attacks intensified. The shadows swirled around him like a vortex, and the shrieks became deafening. He could feel icy tendrils of darkness reaching for his mind, trying to break his will, to corrupt his soul. But Alaric held firm. He placed the stone in the center of the protective sigil he had drawn on the floor and continued the final part of the ritual, his voice hoarse but unwavering. He poured the stagnant holy water around the stone, the liquid hissing as it came into contact with the ancient evil. He scattered the remnants of blessed incense, the smoke curling upwards in strange, unsettling patterns. As he finished the final incantation, a blinding flash of light erupted from the stone, followed by a deafening roar that shook the very foundations of the abbey. The shadows recoiled, dissipating into nothingness. The cold wind ceased, and the stench of sulfur vanished. An unnatural silence descended upon the chapel. Alaric lay on the floor, exhausted and trembling, his body drained of all strength. The stone of binding rested in the center of the sigil, its surface now radiating a faint, pulsating light. The evil seemed to have been contained, at least for now. He slowly rose to his feet, his body aching in every joint. He looked around the chapel, the oppressive atmosphere seemingly lifted. The first rays of the setting sun pierced through the shattered windows, casting long shadows that no longer seemed menacing. He had done it. He had faced an ancient evil and, against all odds, had managed to reseal it. But as he looked at the stone, a nagging doubt lingered in the back of his mind. Had he truly contained it, or had he merely bought the world some time? The power he had felt emanating from the stone was immense, ancient, and utterly terrifying. He knew with a chilling certainty that this was not the end. The evil within the stone was merely dormant, waiting for another opportunity to break free. And he, Alaric, the disgraced monk, was now inextricably linked to its fate. He had come to St. Wulfstan's Abbey seeking a relic, but he was leaving with a burden far heavier, a secret that would forever haunt his waking hours and his dreams. The whispers might have faded for now, but he knew, deep down, that they would one day return. Story 3. The King's Physician. The summons arrived on a blustery autumn afternoon, carried by a royal messenger whose crimson tunic billowed in the wind like a bloodied sail. For Marjorie, a physician whose skill had earned her quiet renown amongst the villages surrounding the king's seat, the invitation to the royal court was both an honor and a source of considerable unease. Her practice had been amongst common folk, dealing with ailments of the body and the occasional broken bone. The intricacies of courtly life, with its veiled words and hidden agendas, were a realm she knew little of. Yet, the king himself, Alaric, had requested her presence, a command that could not be refused. Upon her arrival at the formidable castle, a sprawling stone edifice that seemed to claw at the very sky, Marjorie was ushered through a labyrinth of echoing corridors and grand halls adorned with tapestries depicting scenes of heroic battles and mythical beasts. The air was thick with the scent of beeswax candles and the hushed whispers of courtiers. Finally, she was led to the queen's chambers, a lavishly appointed room where the air hung heavy with the cloying aroma of herbs and sickness. Queen Isolde lay upon a massive, ornately carved bed, her once vibrant complexion now pale and translucent, like alabaster touched by shadow. Her breathing was shallow and uneven, and her slender frame seemed to have shrunk within her silken robes. Marjorie approached cautiously, her physician's instincts immediately taking over, pushing aside the apprehension that had clung to her since her arrival. King Alaric, a man whose imposing stature and stern countenance usually commanded respect, stood beside the bed, his brow furrowed with worry. His eyes, however, held a strange, almost guarded quality that Marjorie noted with a flicker of unease. He greeted her with a curt nod, his voice rough with what seemed like exhaustion. "Physician," he began, his gaze fixed on his ailing wife, "you have come highly recommended. My queen has been unwell for many moons, and despite the efforts of my own healers, her condition only worsens. I entrust her care to you. Spare no effort in restoring her to health." Marjorie bowed her head respectfully. "Your Majesty, I shall do my utmost." She then turned her attention fully to the queen. Isolde's eyes fluttered open, revealing a dullness that was deeply concerning. Marjorie gently took her pulse, noting its weak and erratic rhythm. She questioned the attending ladies-in-waiting, their faces etched with a mixture of concern and fear about the progression of the illness. They spoke of a gradual decline, beginning with bouts of fatigue and headaches, which had slowly escalated to debilitating weakness, loss of appetite, and a persistent, unsettling pallor. Marjorie conducted her examination with meticulous care, her fingers probing gently, her eyes keenly observing every subtle sign. There were no obvious wounds or external injuries, no fever to speak of, yet the queen was clearly fading. The symptoms were vague, defying easy categorization. It was as if some unseen force was slowly draining the life from her. Over the following weeks, Marjorie dedicated herself entirely to the queen's care. She prepared various remedies based on her knowledge of herbs and humors, concocting potent infusions and soothing balms. She adjusted Isolde's diet, encouraging her to take small sips of nourishing broths and tonics. She even oversaw the changing of the queen's bed linens and the airing of her chambers, believing that fresh air and cleanliness were vital to recovery. Despite Marjorie's diligent efforts, the queen's condition showed little improvement. Some days, there would be a fleeting moment of lucidity, a brief return of the sparkle in her eyes, but these moments were all too short-lived, followed by further decline. The king remained a constant presence, his worry seemingly genuine, yet Marjorie couldn't shake the feeling of something being amiss. His questions about the queen's progress often seemed more like interrogations, and his gaze held that same unsettling guardedness. As the days turned into nights, Marjorie began to notice subtle details that troubled her. The queen's food was always tasted by a servant before being offered to her, a common practice to guard against poison, yet the servant never showed any ill effects. The queen's personal attendants were fiercely loyal, their devotion to their mistress evident in their every action. Yet, there was a palpable tension in the air, a sense of unspoken fear that permeated the queen's chambers and seemed to extend throughout the castle. Whispers began to reach Marjorie's ears, carried on the furtive glances of the courtiers and the hushed tones of the servants. Tales of courtly intrigue, of rival factions vying for power, and even darker rumors of poison being used as a weapon circulated in the shadows. Marjorie initially dismissed these as the usual gossip that thrived in any royal court, but as the queen's condition continued to deteriorate despite her best efforts, she began to wonder if there was more to these whispers than met the eye. One evening, as Marjorie sat by the queen's bedside, keeping vigil through the long hours of the night, she noticed a peculiar discoloration around the queen's lips, a faint bluish tinge that she hadn't observed before. It was fleeting, almost imperceptible in the dim candlelight, but it planted a seed of suspicion in Marjorie's mind. Could it be poison? But if so, what kind, and why hadn't the royal tasters been affected? Driven by a growing sense of unease and a fierce determination to save her patient, Marjorie decided to delve deeper. She began to observe the king's interactions with the queen more closely, noting his subtle reactions and the nuances in his voice. She also started to discreetly question the queen's attendants, piecing together fragments of information that painted a troubling picture. She learned that the queen had been in excellent health just months prior, her decline beginning rather suddenly after a seemingly innocuous illness. There had been no obvious cause, no plague or widespread sickness in the kingdom. The queen's food and drink were carefully monitored, and her personal chambers were guarded at all times. Yet, the insidious illness continued its relentless course. Marjorie also discovered that the king had become increasingly withdrawn and secretive in recent months, spending long hours in his private study and holding closed-door meetings with a select few advisors. There were whispers of financial troubles within the kingdom, of strained relations with neighboring realms, and of growing unrest among the populace. The weight of these burdens seemed to have taken a toll on the king, but Marjorie sensed something more, a deeper, hidden anxiety that he kept carefully concealed. One afternoon, while the queen lay in a fitful slumber, Marjorie encountered the king in the castle gardens, a secluded area where he often sought solitude. He was pacing restlessly, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the ground. Marjorie, summoning her courage, approached him. "Your Majesty," she began, her voice respectful but firm, "I must confess that I am deeply concerned about the queen's condition. Despite all my efforts, she continues to weaken, and I fear—" She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "I fear that there may be something more at play here than a simple illness." King Alaric stopped pacing and turned to face her, his expression unreadable. "What do you mean, physician?" His voice was low, his tone guarded. "I have observed certain inconsistencies," Marjorie continued, meeting his gaze steadily. "The queen's symptoms are unusual, and the lack of improvement despite my treatments is troubling. There are whispers within the court, Your Majesty, whispers of poison." A muscle twitched in the king's jaw. "Poison? That is a grave accusation, physician." "I do not make it lightly, Your Majesty," Marjorie replied, "but I would be remiss in my duty if I did not voice my concerns. Perhaps a more thorough investigation into the queen's food and drink, and even her personal effects, is warranted." The king's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, Marjorie felt a flicker of fear. She had dared to question the king, to suggest that something sinister might be afoot within his own court. It was a dangerous path she had chosen, but her loyalty to the queen and her unwavering commitment to her oath as a healer compelled her forward. "I assure you, physician," the king said, his voice now laced with a hint of steel, "that every precaution has been taken to ensure the queen's safety. Your suspicions are unfounded." He turned away, dismissing her with a curt nod. "Continue your treatments, physician. That is all I ask." Despite the king's dismissal, Marjorie's suspicions only deepened. His reaction had been too swift, too defensive. It was as if she had touched a raw nerve, a hidden truth that he desperately wanted to keep concealed. She knew then that she could not rely on the king or his court to uncover the truth. If she was to save Queen Isolde, she would have to investigate in secret, following the trail of whispers and shadows that permeated the castle. The air in the gardens suddenly felt colder, the sunlight less comforting. Marjorie knew that she was treading a dangerous path, one that could lead to dire consequences if her suspicions proved correct. But the image of the queen's pale, fading face spurred her on. She would uncover the truth no matter the cost. The king's dismissive tone did little to dissuade Marjorie. In fact, it fueled her resolve. If the truth was being concealed, she would uncover it herself. Her investigation began subtly, with careful observation of the queen's daily routine and the individuals who had access to her. She paid close attention to the servants who prepared the queen's meals, the ladies-in-waiting who attended to her needs, and the courtiers who visited her chambers. One of the queen's most trusted attendants was a young woman named Ilara. She had served Isolde for many years and possessed a quiet loyalty that Marjorie found reassuring. Ilara was often present in the queen's chambers, tending to her with gentle care. Marjorie approached her one afternoon, her voice low and conspiratorial. "Ilara," she began, "I need your help. I believe there is something more to the queen's illness than meets the eye." Ilara's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of fear crossing her face. She glanced around the room to ensure they were alone before responding in a hushed tone. "What do you suspect, physician?" "There are whispers of poison," Marjorie said, watching Ilara's reaction closely. Ilara's breath hitched, and her hand flew to her mouth. "Poison? But who would dare?" "That is what I intend to find out," Marjorie replied. "Have you noticed anything unusual, anything out of the ordinary in the queen's food, her drink, or her chambers?" Ilara hesitated for a moment, her gaze darting nervously towards the door. Then, she leaned closer, her voice barely a whisper. "There was one thing. A few weeks ago, before the queen became so weak, one of the kitchen boys, a lad named Finian, dropped a vial near the queen's food stores. It was quickly cleaned up, and he was reprimanded. But I saw a strange, dark liquid inside. Did you see where the vial came from?" Marjorie asked, her heart quickening. Ilara shook her head. "No, it happened so quickly. I didn't think much of it at the time, just a clumsy accident. But now..." Her voice trailed off, her eyes filled with worry. Marjorie thanked Ilara for her information and resolved to find this kitchen boy, Finian. He might hold a crucial piece of the puzzle. Locating him proved more difficult than she anticipated. Finian was a lowly servant, easily overlooked in the bustling activity of the castle kitchens. It took Marjorie several days of discreet inquiries before she finally managed to find him scrubbing pots in a dimly lit corner. He was a small, wiry lad with wide, frightened eyes. When Marjorie approached him, he flinched, expecting a reprimand. Marjorie spoke to him gently, assuring him that she meant him no harm. She asked him about the incident with the vial. Finian's initial fear slowly gave way to a nervous confession. He admitted to dropping the vial, but he claimed he had no idea what was inside it. He said he had found it in the pantry, tucked away behind some sacks of flour. He had been curious and had taken it out to examine it when he had fumbled and dropped it. He insisted that he had never seen it before and had no idea where it had come from. Marjorie pressed him further, asking if he could describe the vial or the liquid inside. He recalled a small, dark glass vial with a stopper made of cork. The liquid, he said, was thick and black, almost like tar. This description sent a shiver of unease down Marjorie's spine. It sounded like a potent poison, one that could indeed cause a slow, wasting illness. Her suspicions now focused on who might have placed the vial in the pantry and why. The pantry was accessible to many within the castle, making it difficult to pinpoint the culprit. Marjorie realized she needed to broaden her investigation, to look beyond the queen's immediate surroundings and consider the wider political landscape of the court. She began to observe the interactions between the various nobles and advisors. She noticed the subtle power dynamics, the alliances and rivalries that seemed to shift like the desert sands. There were several factions vying for influence with the king, and the queen, as his consort, held a significant position of power. Her declining health could potentially shift the balance, opening up opportunities for ambitious individuals. One name kept surfacing in the hushed conversations Marjorie overheard: Lord Valerian. He was a powerful nobleman with close ties to the king, known for his ambition and his ruthless efficiency. He had often been at odds with the queen, their differing opinions on matters of state leading to open disagreements. Could Valerian be involved in poisoning the queen? Seemed plausible, but Marjorie needed more than just suspicion. She decided to focus her attention on Valerian, observing his movements and his interactions with others. She learned that he had recently acquired a rare and potent poison from a traveling merchant, a substance known for causing a slow, debilitating illness that mimicked natural causes. This information, gleaned from a nervous servant who had overheard Valerian boasting to a confidant, sent a cold dread through Marjorie. Armed with this new lead, Marjorie knew she had to confront the king again, but this time with more concrete evidence. She sought him out in his private study, a dimly lit chamber filled with scrolls and maps. He looked up as she entered, his expression weary. "Physician," he said, his voice flat, "has there been a change in the queen's condition?" "Your Majesty," Marjorie began, her voice grave, "I have uncovered some disturbing information. I believe the queen may be the victim of poison." The king's eyes widened slightly, but his expression remained largely impassive. "Poison? Who would do such a thing?" "I have reason to suspect Lord Valerian, Your Majesty," Marjorie stated, watching his reaction closely. "I have learned that he recently acquired a rare poison known to cause symptoms similar to those the queen is exhibiting." A flicker of something, was it surprise, or perhaps something darker, crossed the king's face before it was quickly masked. "Valerian? That is a serious accusation, physician. Do you have proof?" "Not definitive proof, Your Majesty," Marjorie admitted. "But the evidence is mounting. I believe a thorough investigation into Lord Valerian's activities is warranted." The king remained silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on Marjorie. She could see the wheels turning in his mind, the conflict raging within him. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and troubled. "Physician," he said, leaning forward, "there is something you must understand, something far more unnatural is at play here than mere poison." He paused, his eyes filled with a profound and unsettling dread. "The poison, it is not meant to kill her, not in the conventional sense. It is meant to keep something contained." Marjorie stared at him, her mind reeling. What could be worse than death? What horrifying secret was the king concealing? His words sent a chill down her spine, a premonition of something truly dreadful lurking beneath the surface of the queen's mysterious illness. The court intrigues and whispers of poison suddenly seemed insignificant in the face of this new, terrifying revelation. The queen's fading health was not just a matter of courtly malice. It was a desperate attempt to prevent something far more sinister from taking hold. Marjorie's breath caught in her throat. "Contained? What do you mean, Your Majesty? What could be worse than the queen's current state?" King Alaric's gaze darted around the study as if the very walls had ears. He lowered his voice further, his words barely above a whisper. "Physician, you must swear to me that you will never reveal what I am about to tell you. Not to anyone. The fate of the kingdom, perhaps even more, depends on your silence." Marjorie, her heart pounding in her chest, nodded solemnly. "I swear, Your Majesty, my lips are sealed." The king hesitated for a long moment, his face etched with anguish. Finally, he began to speak, his voice heavy with a burden of unimaginable dread. "The queen, she is not merely ill, physician. She is changing. Something unnatural is growing within her." Marjorie's mind struggled to comprehend his words. "Changing? What kind of change?" "It began subtly," the king continued, his eyes haunted. "Nightmares, fits of agitation, a strange hunger that could never be satisfied. At first, we dismissed it as the effects of her illness. But then," he paused, his voice trembling, "then came the whispers. Servants claimed to have seen her eyes glow in the dark. Others spoke of strange sounds emanating from her chambers at night, sounds that were not human. Marjorie's skepticism warred with the genuine terror in the king's voice. She had witnessed strange ailments in her practice, but nothing that hinted at the supernatural. "Your Majesty, perhaps these are just rumors, born of fear and the queen's weakened state." "Would that it were so, physician," the king replied, shaking his head sadly. "But I have seen it myself. Brief glimpses, moments when her humanity seems to flicker. There is something else there, something ancient and malevolent trying to break free." He went on to explain that an old prophecy foretold of a terrible entity that would one day be born into the royal line, a creature of immense power and unimaginable cruelty that would plunge the kingdom into darkness. The king believed that this entity was now gestating within Queen Isolde. "The poison," he explained, his voice barely audible. "It is a concoction devised by the royal alchemists, based on ancient texts. It is not meant to cure her, but to suppress the growth of this thing, to keep it dormant at least for a time." Marjorie was aghast. The king was deliberately poisoning his own wife, not out of malice, but out of a desperate attempt to prevent a monstrous birth. The implications were staggering, terrifying. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the queen's chambers, a sound that was both human and something else entirely, laced with a raw, animalistic fury. The king's face paled, and he gripped Marjorie's arm tightly. "It is happening," he whispered, his eyes wide with fear. "The poison is losing its effect." They rushed towards the queen's chambers, the screams growing louder, more distorted with each step. When they burst through the door, the scene that greeted them was one that would forever be etched into Marjorie's memory. Queen Isolde was no longer the pale, frail woman Marjorie had been treating. Her body was contorted, her limbs unnaturally elongated. Her skin had taken on a sickly, greenish hue, and her eyes glowed with an eerie, malevolent light. Sharp, jagged teeth protruded from her mouth, and her hands had transformed into clawed appendages. A low, guttural growl rumbled in her chest, a sound that spoke of primal hunger and ancient evil. The ladies-in-waiting had retreated to the corners of the room, their faces white with terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The air was thick with a stench that Marjorie could not quite place, a sickeningly sweet odor mixed with something metallic and foul. The creature that had once been Queen Isolde turned its glowing eyes towards the king, a flicker of recognition, quickly replaced by a predatory hunger. It lunged from the bed with surprising speed, its claws outstretched. The king recoiled in horror, but Marjorie, despite the terror that gripped her heart, reacted instinctively. She grabbed a heavy silver candlestick from a nearby table and thrust it towards the creature, striking it in the side of the head. The creature shrieked, a sound that pierced Marjorie's ears like shards of ice, and stumbled back. This brief respite allowed the king to regain his composure. He drew a dagger from his belt, his hand shaking, his face a mask of grief and grim determination. "Isolde," he whispered, his voice choked with emotion. "Forgive me." He lunged forward, the dagger aimed at the creature's heart. A struggle ensued, a horrifying dance of desperation and monstrous strength. Marjorie watched in stunned silence as the king fought the creature that had once been his beloved wife, his every blow filled with sorrow and a terrible necessity. Finally, with a guttural cry, the creature collapsed, the king's dagger buried deep within its chest. The unnatural glow in its eyes faded, and its contorted limbs slowly relaxed. The stench in the room began to dissipate, replaced by the coppery smell of blood. King Alaric stood over the fallen form, his body trembling, the dagger still clutched in his hand. Tears streamed down his face as he gazed at the grotesque remains of his queen. Marjorie approached cautiously, her mind still reeling from the horrifying spectacle she had just witnessed. The king's desperate act of poisoning had not been an act of malice, but a tragic attempt to delay the inevitable. The true horror had been the entity growing within the queen, a monstrous being that the poison could only temporarily suppress. The prophecy had come to pass. The kingdom had been spared, for now, but at a terrible cost. As Marjorie looked at the king, his face etched with grief and the weight of his terrible secret, she knew that the peace they had just secured was fragile, and the darkness that had threatened to engulf them might one day return. The whispers and shadows of the medieval world held terrors far beyond the realm of simple poison, and Marjorie, the king's physician, had just glimpsed the horrifying truth that lay beneath the surface of their reality. The silence that fell upon the queen's chambers was heavy, pregnant with the unspoken understanding of the monstrous threat they had narrowly averted. Story 4: Village at the Forest's Edge. The biting wind howled like a tormented spirit, clawing at Willem's threadbare cloak as he urged his weary donkey onward. The late autumn sky was a bruised purple, heavy with the promise of a relentless blizzard. For days, the road had offered him nothing but desolate stretches of frozen earth and the skeletal remains of barren trees. He was a merchant by trade, his pack usually filled with trinkets and textiles, but this journey had been particularly unkind, yielding few customers and dwindling supplies. Hope, however, flickered anew as he spotted a faint light in the distance, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. As he drew closer, the light resolved itself into the warm glow of several homes, clustered together in what appeared to be a small village. A wave of relief washed over Willem. Shelter from the storm, a warm meal, and perhaps even a few sails, these were the comforts he desperately craved. The village seemed strangely isolated, nestled at the very edge of a vast, dark forest that loomed behind it like a slumbering giant. The trees were thick and ancient, their branches gnarled and reaching, casting long, eerie shadows even in the dim light of the village. He approached the first house, a sturdy timber structure with smoke curling invitingly from its chimney. A stout man with a ruddy face and kind eyes answered his knock. "Welcome, traveler," the man said, his voice hearty and welcoming. "You look as though the storm has been chasing you hard. Come in, and warm yourself by the fire." Willem gratefully accepted the invitation, leading his donkey to a small stable at the side of the house. Inside, the home was surprisingly well furnished. A large fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls adorned with intricately carved wooden panels. The air was thick with the aroma of roasting meat and freshly baked bread, a stark contrast to the meager rations Willem had been subsisting on. The man introduced himself as Alaric and his wife, Alara. A woman with a gentle smile and capable hands bustled about, offering Willem a steaming mug of spiced cider. As Willem ate a generous portion of stew, he couldn't help but notice the unusual prosperity of the village. The homes were well maintained, the villagers he saw were warmly dressed in sturdy woolens, and even the livestock in the nearby pens looked healthy and well-fed. This was a stark contrast to the other villages he had passed through, many of which bore the scars of a harsh summer and a lean harvest. He commented on this to Alaric, who chuckled. "The forest provides for us," he said, his eyes twinkling. "It is a generous neighbor." Willem found this explanation a little vague, but he was too weary and grateful for their hospitality to press further. As the evening wore on, more villagers stopped by to welcome him, each offering similar warm greetings and an almost unsettling eagerness to ensure his comfort. They spoke of the upcoming winter with a strange lack of apprehension, mentioning well-stocked larders and ample firewood. When it was time for Willem to retire for the night, Alaric led him to a small but comfortable room with a thick straw mattress and warm woolen blankets. "Sleep soundly, friend," he said, "and in the morning we can discuss your wares. Perhaps our village has need of what you carry." Willem thanked him and settled into the bed, the warmth of the room a welcome change from the biting cold outside. Before leaving, however, Alaric paused at the door, his jovial expression turning slightly serious. "There is one thing I must ask of you, traveler," he said, his voice lowered. "Do not venture into the forest tonight. It is not safe after dark. The woods have their own ways, and it is best to leave them undisturbed until the sun rises." Alara, who had followed Alaric to the door, nodded in agreement, her smile replaced with a look of genuine concern. "Please, good sir," she added, "heed our warning. The forest at night is a place best avoided." Willem found their warning a little odd, but he assured them he had no intention of going anywhere in this weather, especially not into a dark and unfamiliar forest. He was far too tired to even consider it. Alaric and Alara seemed relieved by his response and bid him good night. Despite his exhaustion, sleep eluded Willem. The wind continued to howl outside, rattling the window panes, and the strange prosperity of the village, coupled with the villagers' emphatic warning about the forest, kept his mind racing. He tossed and turned in the straw mattress, his thoughts a jumble of unanswered questions. Why were they so insistent about the forest? What dangers lurked within its depths that made it so perilous at night? And how could this isolated village be so seemingly untouched by the hardships that plagued the rest of the land? As the night deepened, the sounds of the storm outside gradually subsided, replaced by an eerie silence. Willem lay still, listening intently. Just as he was beginning to drift off, he heard a soft creaking sound from downstairs, followed by the faint murmur of voices. Curiosity piqued. He quietly rose from his bed and crept to the door, peering through a crack in the hinges. The scene that unfolded below sent a shiver down his spine. Several villagers, including Alaric and Alara, were gathered in the main room, their faces illuminated by the flickering firelight. Each of them carried a bundle wrapped in rough-spun cloth. They moved with a furtive air, their voices hushed as they spoke in low tones. Willem strained his ears, trying to make out their words, but they were too soft to discern. After a few moments, the villagers began to file out of the house, their bundles held tightly in their arms. They moved with a strange sense of purpose, their eyes fixed ahead. Willem watched from the doorway as they disappeared into the darkness, heading towards the looming silhouette of the forest. A knot of unease tightened in his stomach. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was witnessing something he wasn't meant to see. The warmth of the welcoming fire seemed to have vanished, replaced by a cold dread that seeped into his bones. He had to know where they were going and what those bundles contained. The villagers' unusual wealth and their fervent warnings now took on a sinister hue. He decided to follow them, the allure of sleep completely forgotten, replaced by a growing sense of foreboding. He slipped back into his room, donned his cloak, and quietly made his way out into the silent, moonless night, the dark edge of the forest beckoning him forward. The darkness under the canopy of the ancient trees was thick and suffocating, a stark contrast to the open fields Willem had traversed earlier. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the silence was broken only by the occasional snap of a twig under his worn boots. He kept a cautious distance, using the shadows to conceal his presence as he followed the faint glow of lanterns carried by the villagers ahead. The path they took wound deeper and deeper into the woods, leading them away from the familiar trails Willem had glimpsed during his approach to the village. The trees grew taller and closer together here, their branches intertwining overhead like skeletal fingers, obscuring the already limited starlight. Strange shapes seemed to shift and writhe in the periphery of his vision, playing tricks on his eyes in the gloom. An owl hooted mournfully in the distance, its call echoing through the silent woods, adding to the growing sense of unease that gnawed at Willem's insides. He noticed that the villagers moved with a practiced familiarity, their steps sure and steady even on the uneven ground. They didn't speak, their faces grim and determined in the lantern light. The bundles they carried seemed heavy, causing them to occasionally shift their grip or adjust their weight. Willem's curiosity intensified with every step. What could be so valuable or so necessary that would compel these seemingly prosperous people to venture into the dark and forbidding forest in the dead of night? After what felt like a long trek, the villagers finally reached a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk wider than any Willem had ever seen. Its branches reached up towards the heavens like twisted arms, and its roots snaked across the ground like giant, slumbering serpents. The clearing itself was strangely bare, the ground beneath the oak worn smooth as if by countless footsteps. As the villagers gathered around the base of the tree, Willem concealed himself behind a thicket of thorny bushes at the edge of the clearing, his heart pounding in his chest. He watched as they carefully placed their bundles at the foot of the massive oak. The bundles appeared to contain various items, Some looked like sacks of grain, others like wrapped joints of meat, and one even seemed to hold a small, intricately carved wooden box. Once the offerings were laid out, the villagers stepped back, forming a semicircle around the tree. They stood in silence for a moment, their heads bowed as if in prayer. Then, Alaric, the man who had first welcomed Willem into the village, stepped forward. He raised his hands, his voice surprisingly loud in the stillness of the night. "We have brought what was promised," he called out, his voice echoing slightly in the clearing. "The harvest was bountiful, the livestock thrived, and our families remain healthy. We have honored our part of the agreement." A moment of tense silence followed, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Willem held his breath, his eyes darting around the clearing, trying to discern who or what Alaric was addressing. He saw nothing but the ancient oak and the silent, expectant faces of the villagers. Then, a low, guttural sound emanated from the base of the tree, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath Willem's feet. It was a sound unlike anything he had ever heard before, a deep, resonant growl that spoke of immense power and ancient malice. The villagers visibly flinched, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and reverence. From the shadows beneath the sprawling branches of the oak, a shape began to emerge. It was tall and gaunt, its form indistinct in the dim light, but Willem could make out long, spindly limbs and a hunched back. Two glowing red eyes pierced the darkness, fixated on the offerings at the base of the tree. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the villagers. Willem felt a wave of nausea rise in his throat. The creature that stood before them exuded an aura of palpable dread, a sense of ancient evil that chilled him to the very core. He could not make out its features clearly, but there was something inherently wrong about its form, something that defied the natural order of things. The creature moved slowly, its long, skeletal fingers reaching out towards the bundles. It picked up one of the sacks, seemingly sniffing at its contents before letting out a low, satisfied hiss. It then moved on to the next offering, examining each one with a disturbing intensity. As the creature inspected the final bundle, the small wooden box, it paused. It held the box in its long fingers, turning it over and over as if studying its intricate carvings. Then, it let out another guttural sound, this one higher pitched and almost questioning. Alaric stepped forward again, his voice trembling slightly. "It is as we agreed," he said, "the finest craftsmanship of our village, as a token of our continued gratitude." The creature seemed to consider this for a moment, its red eyes fixed on Alaric. Then, with a swift, unsettling movement, it opened the box. Willem couldn't see what was inside, but the creature seemed pleased, letting out a soft, rasping chuckle that sent shivers down Willem's spine. Once the creature had examined all the offerings, it turned its gaze towards the villagers. The red glow of its eyes seemed to intensify, and Willem felt as if those eyes could see straight through him, piercing his hiding place. The creature remained silent for a long moment, its presence radiating an unnerving power. Then, with another low growl, it retreated back into the shadows beneath the oak, its form gradually disappearing until only the faint red glow of its eyes remained. The villagers stood silently for a few more moments, their heads still bowed. Finally, Alaric raised his head, a look of relief washing over his face. "It is done," he said, his voice regaining some of its earlier heartiness. "The bargain holds for another season." The villagers murmured in agreement, their tension seemingly dissipating. They turned and began to retrace their steps, their lanterns casting bobbing lights in the darkness as they headed back towards the village. Willem remained hidden behind the bushes, his mind reeling from what he had just witnessed. The prosperity of the village was no gift of the forest. It was a payment, a tribute to some unholy entity that dwelled within its depths. The villagers had made a pact, a terrible bargain that ensured their well-being at a cost he could only begin to imagine. He watched as the last of the villagers disappeared into the trees, their lanterns fading into the distance. The clearing was silent once more, the ancient oak standing sentinel over the discarded remnants of the offering. A cold dread settled in Willem's heart. He had stumbled upon a dark secret, a secret that bound this village to something ancient and evil. He knew he should leave, flee this cursed place before he became entangled in their terrible bargain. But a morbid curiosity, coupled with a growing sense of righteous anger, kept him rooted to the spot. He had to know more. He had to understand the true price of the village's prosperity. And as he looked towards the dark, silent forest, he couldn't shake the feeling that his arrival here was no mere coincidence, that fate itself had led him to this village at the forest's edge, and that his own destiny was now inextricably linked to its dark and terrifying secret. The air grew colder, and the silence of the clearing seemed to press in on him, heavy with unspoken dread. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that the night's revelations were only the beginning of a much darker and more terrifying tale. The first rays of dawn painted the eastern sky in hues of pale gold and rose as Willem cautiously made his way back towards the village. The forest, now bathed in the soft light of morning, seemed less menacing but no less mysterious. The memory of the creature with glowing red eyes and the villagers' hushed reverence still clung to him like a shroud. He knew he should have fled during the night, but the sight of that unholy transaction had ignited something within him, a mixture of fear, outrage, and a desperate need to understand. He approached the village slowly, his senses on high alert. The familiar sounds of a waking community, the crowing of roosters, the lowing of cattle, the murmur of voices filled the air. Everything seemed normal, peaceful even. It was hard to reconcile this idyllic scene with the dark ritual he had witnessed just hours before. He slipped into the stable where he had left his donkey, Barnaby, and busied himself with grooming the animal, hoping to appear as just another traveler preparing to leave. Soon, Alaric emerged from his house, a cheerful smile on his face. "Ah, Willem, you're up early," he said, his tone friendly and without a hint of suspicion. "Did you sleep well?" Willem forced a smile in return. "Well enough, thank you. The storm has truly passed." "Indeed," Alaric replied. "A fair day for traveling. Will you be moving on then?" Willem hesitated. He knew that leaving was the sensible thing to do, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he would be abandoning something important, something that needed to be brought to light. "I was thinking," he began, trying to sound casual, "perhaps I could stay another day. I have some wares that might be of interest to your village." Alaric's smile widened. "That would be most welcome. We are always happy to have visitors, especially those with goods to trade." He seemed genuinely pleased, and Willem wondered if the villagers truly believed their secret was safe, or if they were simply adept at playing a part. Over the course of the day, Willem observed the villagers closely. They were industrious and kind to one another, their lives seemingly untouched by hardship. Yet, beneath the surface, he sensed a subtle undercurrent of something else, a quiet resignation, a hint of fear that flickered in their eyes when the forest was mentioned. He tried to subtly steer conversations towards the forest, asking about its bounty and the types of game they hunted there. The villagers were evasive, offering vague answers and quickly changing the subject. Only Alara, while mending clothes in the afternoon sun, offered a slightly more detailed, albeit still cautious, response. "The forest, it provides for us, as my husband said," she explained, her gaze distant. "But it is also a place of respect. We do not take more than we need, and we never venture deep within after nightfall. It is an old tradition, passed down through generations." Willem pressed gently. "Is there a reason for this tradition?" Alara's hands stilled, and she looked at him, her eyes filled with a fleeting sadness. "Some things are best left undisturbed, traveler. Some knowledge brings only sorrow." She returned to her mending, effectively ending the conversation. As night fell once more, Willem found himself unable to sleep. The image of the creature in the clearing haunted his thoughts. He knew he had to learn more about the bargain, about the price these villagers paid for their prosperity. He decided to revisit the clearing, hoping to find some clue, some trace of the entity they worshipped. Under the cloak of darkness, he slipped out of the house and made his way back into the forest. This time, he followed the path he had seen the villagers take, the way now slightly more familiar. The moon, a sliver in the inky sky, offered little illumination, and he relied on his memory and the feel of the path beneath his feet. When he reached the clearing, the ancient oak stood silent and imposing in the darkness. The ground where the offerings had been placed was bare, as if nothing had ever been there. Willem circled the tree, his eyes scanning the ground for any sign, any clue. He found nothing. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed something peculiar etched into the bark of the oak, near its base. It was a symbol, unlike any he had ever seen. A series of interconnected lines and curves that seemed to writhe and shift in the dim moonlight. He traced the symbol with his fingers, a strange tingling sensation running through him. As he touched the symbol, a voice echoed in his mind, not spoken aloud, but clear and resonant nonetheless. "You seek to understand the bargain?" it whispered, the sound seeming to come from the very tree itself. Willem recoiled in surprise, stumbling backward. He looked around wildly, but there was no one there. Who said that?" he stammered, his voice trembling. "The forest has ears," the voice replied, a hint of amusement in its tone. "And the ancient oak remembers." Willem's fear was momentarily replaced by a surge of adrenaline. He had made contact, somehow, with the entity that held this village in its thrall. "Tell me about the bargain," he pleaded. "What do the villagers give in exchange for their prosperity?" The voice was silent for a moment, as if considering his request. Then it spoke again, its tone turning somber. "In exchange for fertile fields, healthy livestock, and freedom from the plagues that ravage the land, the village offers what is most precious to them." "And what is that?" Willem pressed, his heart pounding in anticipation. "Their firstborn," the voice whispered, the words sending a wave of icy horror through Willem. "Each year, the first child born to the village is offered to me. Their life sustains the prosperity of the community." Willem gasped, the horrifying truth hitting him with the force of a physical blow. The villagers' kindness, their strange resignation, their warnings about the forest. It all made sense now. They were living a lie built upon a foundation of unspeakable sacrifice. Just then, a twig snapped behind him. Willem whirled around, his eyes wide with fear. Standing at the edge of the clearing were Alaric and several other villagers, their faces grim and their eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and determination. They held torches, their flickering light casting long, dancing shadows. "You should not have come back here, traveler," Alaric said, his voice heavy with regret. "We warned you to stay away from the forest at night." "Their firstborn," Willem whispered, his voice choked with emotion. "You sacrifice your own children?" Alara stepped forward, her face etched with sorrow. "It is a heavy burden, but it is the price we must pay for our survival. Generations ago, when our village was on the brink of starvation, the entity offered us this bargain. We accepted, and our village has thrived ever since." "But how can you?" Willem cried out, his voice filled with disbelief and disgust. "We do it for the good of the community," Alaric said, his voice firm despite the pain in his eyes. "One life for the sake of all. It is a sacrifice we make willingly." "Willingly?" Willem scoffed. "Or out of fear?" The villagers remained silent, their faces betraying the inner turmoil they felt. Then, Alaric stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Willem. "You know our secret now, traveler. You have seen what lies at the heart of our prosperity. You understand the bargain." A cold dread washed over Willem as he realized the implications of Alaric's words. He knew too much. He had become a threat to their carefully constructed peace. "What are you going to do?" Willem asked, his voice barely a whisper. Alaric's expression hardened. "The entity demands its due, and the forest always takes what is owed." Before Willem could react, the other villagers moved forward, their torches held aloft. He was surrounded, trapped in the clearing with the ancient oak looming above him like a silent judge. He looked from face to face, searching for a glimmer of compassion, but found only a grim resolve. As they closed in, the voice of the entity echoed in Willem's mind once more, this time laced with a chilling satisfaction. A new bargain has been struck. A new offering has been made. The torches flickered, casting eerie shadows as the villagers advanced. Willem knew, with a sickening certainty, that he had become the forest's latest claim, another piece in the ancient and terrible pact that bound this village to its dark fate. His journey had led him not to shelter and trade, but to a horrifying revelation and a grim, inescapable destiny. The prosperity of the village at the forest's edge would continue, and now, he would forever be a part of its shadowed and dreadful legacy. Story 5. The Scribe's Manuscript. Agnes, her fingers stained with ink the color of dried blood, adjusted the wick of the tallow candle. The flickering light cast long, dancing shadows across the vellum pages laid before her. It was an unusual task that had been set before her, one that had caused a ripple of unease through the normally stoic halls of Lord Auburn's manor. Agnes was a scribe, a woman in a profession dominated by men, a fact that often drew curious glances but also a certain respect for her meticulous hand and sharp intellect. Lord Auburn, a man whose library held more secrets than most village elders, had entrusted her with a manuscript unlike any she had encountered before. The book itself felt strangely cold to the touch, its leather binding worn smooth in places, cracked and brittle in others. It was heavier than its size suggested, as if the very parchment held a density beyond its material form. The script within was an archaic form of Latin, one that even the most learned scholars in Lord Auburn's employ had hesitated to decipher. They spoke of a darkness clinging to the text, a palpable sense of dread that emanated from its aged pages. Agnes, however, had never been one to shy away from a challenge. A thrill, perhaps a morbid curiosity, had sparked within her when Lord Auburn presented her with the task. He had offered a generous sum, enough to secure her future and perhaps even allow her to establish her own scriptorium one day. The nobleman had been uncharacteristically grave when handing over the manuscript. "Mistress Agnes," he had said, his voice low and serious, "this text, it troubles me. It has been in my family for generations, passed down with warnings whispered in hushed tones. No one has dared to copy it for centuries. But its contents, they may hold knowledge of great importance, or perhaps great peril. I trust your discretion and your skill. Proceed with caution." Agnes had nodded, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. She had spent the first few days simply familiarizing herself with the script, painstakingly deciphering each word, each abbreviation. The language was intricate, filled with obscure references and unsettling imagery. It spoke of a forgotten era, of rituals performed under moonless skies, and of entities that dwelled in the shadowed corners of the world. The initial passages seemed like historical accounts, detailing the reign of a long-dead king and the strange occurrences that plagued his kingdom. There were tales of crops failing, of livestock dying inexplicably, and of a creeping sickness that stole the breath from men's lungs and left them ashen husks. As Agnes delved deeper into the manuscript, the descriptions became more vivid, more disturbing. She read of grotesque figures lurking in the forests, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. There were accounts of whispered voices carried on the wind, promising power and delivering only despair. The scribe found herself increasingly unsettled by the content, the darkness of the text seeping into her thoughts even when she was not actively working on it. She would find herself glancing nervously at the shadows in her room, imagining she heard faint rustling sounds just beyond her door. One evening, as the candle sputtered and the wind howled outside, Agnes was transcribing a passage describing a particularly gruesome ritual. The words on the page seemed to blur before her eyes, the neat lines of script momentarily twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. She blinked, thinking it was merely fatigue playing tricks on her vision. But when she looked again, the words had shifted slightly, a single sentence now reading differently than it had moments before. It was a subtle change, almost imperceptible, but Agnes had a keen eye for detail, honed by years of meticulous work. She knew she had not misread it initially. A prickle of unease ran down her spine. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was simply overworked. The task was demanding, requiring hours of intense concentration each day. But the feeling persisted, a sense that something was not quite right with the manuscript itself. She continued her work, her gaze fixed on the page, but her mind was racing. Had the ink smudged? Had the parchment somehow been altered? She ran a delicate finger over the surface of the vellum, but it felt smooth and undisturbed. The next anomaly occurred a few days later. Agnes was transcribing a passage detailing the death of a young woman, supposedly a sacrifice to appease some ancient entity. As she wrote the words describing the final moments of the girl's life, a vivid image flashed before her eyes. She saw a young woman, her face pale with terror, bound to a stone altar in the heart of a dark forest. The scene was so real, so visceral, that Agnes gasped aloud, dropping her quill. Her heart hammered against her ribs, and her breath caught in her throat. The vision lasted only a fleeting moment, but it left an indelible mark on her mind. Shaken, Agnes leaned back in her chair, trying to make sense of what she had just experienced. Had she fallen asleep for a moment, her mind conjuring up a nightmare inspired by the text? But it had felt so real, so immediate. She could almost smell the damp earth and the scent of pine needles in the air. She could almost hear the girl's muffled cries. Despite her growing unease, Agnes continued her work. She was determined to complete the task Lord Auberon had entrusted to her. Perhaps these strange occurrences were merely a result of her overactive imagination, fueled by the disturbing nature of the manuscript. She tried to focus solely on the act of transcription, carefully copying each word, each symbol onto fresh parchment. However, the anomalies continued, growing more frequent and more intense. The words on the page would occasionally shimmer and change, sometimes only subtly, other times drastically altering the meaning of a sentence. And the visions, they became more vivid, more immersive. Agnes would find herself transported to the scenes described in the text, experiencing them as if she were actually there. She witnessed battles fought with crude weapons, felt the sting of icy winds in desolate landscapes, and heard the desperate pleas of those tormented by unseen forces. One afternoon, while transcribing a passage about a devastating plague that swept through the land, Agnes suddenly found herself standing in a crowded village square. The air was thick with the stench of sickness and death. Grotesquely disfigured bodies lay scattered on the ground, and the cries of the afflicted echoed through the narrow streets. Agnes felt a wave of nausea wash over her, the scene so realistic that she could almost feel the clammy touch of fevered skin. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the vision vanished, leaving her trembling and disoriented in her quiet chamber. Agnes knew then that the manuscript was more than just a historical account. There was something inherently powerful about it, something that transcended the mere words on the page. The scholars had sensed it, that feeling of dread that clung to the ancient text. But Agnes was beginning to suspect that it was not just a feeling. It was a tangible force, one that was somehow interacting with her as she transcribed its contents. She considered going to Lord Auberon, telling him about the strange occurrences. But a part of her, the curious and determined part, wanted to understand what was happening. She felt drawn to the manuscript, despite the growing sense of unease that gnawed at her. It was as if the book held a secret, a truth that she was on the verge of uncovering. As she continued her work, Agnes noticed a recurring theme in the later passages of the manuscript. It spoke of a prophecy, a series of events that were yet to come. The language became more cryptic, filled with metaphors and allegories, but the overall message was clear. A great darkness was looming, a time of chaos and destruction that would engulf the land. And then, with a jolt that sent a shiver down her spine, Agnes realized something truly terrifying. The prophecy seemed to be unfolding in the world around her, mirroring events that had occurred or were currently taking place. The failed harvests, the strange illnesses, they were all foretold in the ancient text. The weight of this realization pressed down on her, heavy and suffocating. This was no mere history book. It was a glimpse into a terrifying future. The final pages of the manuscript remained untranscribed, and a growing sense of dread began to consume Agnes. What horrors awaited her in those final lines? What role did she play in this unfolding prophecy? The air in her chamber seemed to grow colder, the shadows deeper. A faint whisper, like the rustling of dry leaves, seemed to emanate from the ancient pages before her. The faint whisper seemed to solidify into a low murmur, a sibilant sound that prickled the hairs on the back of Agnes's neck. She held her breath, straining to decipher the unintelligible sounds. Were they real, or merely a figment of her imagination, a product of her growing obsession with the ancient text? She glanced around her chamber, but she was alone. The only source of light was the flickering candle on her desk, casting its erratic dance of light and shadow. Slowly, cautiously, Agnes reached out and placed her hand on the cold leather of the manuscript. The whispering ceased. She withdrew her hand, and it began again, a faint, almost imperceptible susurrus. It was as if the book itself was alive, breathing secrets into the stillness of the night. Agnes felt a strange compulsion to open it, to delve deeper into its mysteries, despite the fear that coiled in her stomach. Taking a deep breath, she turned the page. The script seemed to writhe before her eyes, the familiar Latin letters momentarily transforming into alien symbols. Another vision washed over her, this one more vivid and terrifying than any she had experienced before. She found herself standing in a vast, desolate plain, the sky above a churning mass of black clouds. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the ground beneath her feet was littered with bones. In the distance, she could see towering figures moving amidst the gloom, their forms indistinct but undeniably monstrous. They seemed to be chanting in a language she did not understand, their voices a guttural roar that echoed across the barren landscape. Agnes felt a terror so profound that it threatened to overwhelm her, a primal fear of the unknown and the unholy. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the vision ended. Agnes gasped, clutching the edges of her desk, her body trembling. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her heart pounded in her chest. The image of the desolate plain and the monstrous figures remained seared into her mind, a chilling premonition of some future cataclysm. Over the next few weeks, Agnes continued her work, but the line between reality and the visions became increasingly blurred. She would often find herself disoriented, unsure if she was in her quiet chamber or witnessing some horrific event from the past or the future. The manuscript seemed to exert a strange influence over her, its power growing with each word she transcribed. One evening, while working late into the night, Agnes came across a passage that made her blood run cold. It spoke of a rare female scribe, one who would be tasked with copying the ancient text. As Agnes read further, her breath hitched in her throat. The passage described the scribe's growing connection to the manuscript, her experiences with visions, and her eventual realization that the text was a prophecy. But it was the final lines of the passage that filled Agnes with utter dread. They foretold the scribe's demise, a gruesome death that would occur upon the completion of her task. Agnes stared at the words, her mind reeling. It was her. The manuscript was speaking of her. The unusual assignment, the first anomalies, the escalating visions, they all aligned with the prophecy described within the text itself. Her initial curiosity had transformed into a desperate fight for survival. She was not merely copying a historical document. She was transcribing her own death sentence. Panic threatened to overwhelm her, but Agnes fought it back. She was a scribe, a woman of intellect and resilience. She would not succumb to fear. There had to be a way to change her fate, to alter the course of the prophecy. Her eyes fell upon the remaining pages of the manuscript, still blank, waiting for her to fill them with the final words. An idea began to form in her mind, a desperate gamble that might be her only chance. If the manuscript was a prophecy, perhaps the act of writing could influence its outcome. Perhaps she could alter the final pages, change the ending, and save herself from the grim fate that awaited her. It was a long shot, a desperate attempt to rewrite destiny, but Agnes knew she had to try. She began to approach her task with a newfound urgency. The meticulous care she had once taken in copying each word was now infused with a frantic energy. She pored over the remaining passages, trying to understand the underlying forces at play, the specific conditions that led to the scribe's death. The text hinted at a ritual, a final act that would seal the prophecy. Agnes knew she had to find a way to disrupt this ritual, to break the chain of events that led to her demise. The visions continued, but now Agnes viewed them with a different perspective. She no longer saw them as mere glimpses into the past or the future, but as clues, fragments of information that might help her unravel the mystery of the prophecy and find a way to change it. She paid close attention to every detail, every symbol, every whispered word, searching for any hint of how she might alter the final outcome. One particularly disturbing vision showed her the final scene described in the prophecy. She saw herself lying on a cold stone floor, a dark figure looming over her, a glint of steel in its hand. The image was horrifyingly real, and Agnes recoiled in terror. But even in her fear, she noticed something else, a small detail that might hold the key to her salvation. In the background of the vision, she saw a specific symbol etched into the stone wall, a symbol she had encountered earlier in the manuscript. Agnes frantically searched through the transcribed pages, her fingers flying across the vellum. When she finally found the symbol, she carefully examined the surrounding text. It spoke of an ancient ward, a protective sigil that could deflect dark magic. Could this be the key? Could this symbol offer her a way to escape the fate foretold in the manuscript? A glimmer of hope sparked within Agnes, but she knew the path ahead would be fraught with peril. The manuscript seemed to resist her attempts to understand its secrets, the words occasionally blurring and shifting in a chaotic dance. The visions became more erratic, sometimes showing her glimpses of the past, sometimes fragments of the future, often jumbled and confusing. It was as if the book itself was fighting back, trying to prevent her from altering its predetermined course. Despite the challenges, Agnes pressed on, her determination fueled by the instinct for survival. She spent hours deciphering the cryptic passages, cross-referencing symbols, and piecing together the fragments of information she had gleaned from the visions. The weight of her task was immense, the fate of her own life hanging in the balance. The air in her chamber grew heavy with an almost palpable sense of dread, as if the very walls were closing in on her. She knew that time was running out. The remaining pages of the manuscript beckoned, waiting to be filled with the final, fateful words. And Agnes could not shake the feeling that something ancient and malevolent was watching her, its unseen presence growing stronger with each passing moment. The whispers emanating from the book seemed to grow louder, more insistent, carrying with them a chilling promise of what was to come. The whispers intensified, weaving themselves into the very fabric of Agnes's thoughts, a constant reminder of the doom that awaited her. Sleep offered little respite, her dreams filled with shadowy figures and the desolate landscape from her visions. But the fear, while ever present, also fueled her resolve. She would not simply accept her fate. She would fight it with every fiber of her being. Armed with the knowledge of the protective symbol, Agnes turned her attention to the remaining blank pages of the manuscript. The parchment felt strangely resistant to her quill, as if an unseen force was trying to prevent her from writing. The ink seemed to bleed and blur as she tried to form the letters, making the task even more challenging. But Agnes persevered, her brow furrowed in concentration, her hand moving with a desperate urgency. She began by carefully inscribing the protective symbol on each of the remaining pages, hoping to imbue them with its power. As she drew the intricate lines, she felt a faint tingling sensation in her fingertips, a subtle warmth that seemed to emanate from the parchment itself. It was a small sign, but it gave her a sliver of hope that her efforts might not be in vain. Next, Agnes began to rewrite the final passages of the prophecy. Drawing upon the fragmented glimpses she had seen in her visions, she attempted to alter the sequence of events, to introduce elements that might disrupt the predicted outcome. She wrote of a sudden storm that would scatter the dark figures, of a hidden path that would lead the scribe to safety, of a powerful counter-ritual that would nullify the deadly curse. As she wrote, the visions intensified, becoming more chaotic and disorienting. She saw flashes of the original prophecy, juxtaposed with the changes she was trying to introduce. It was a battle for the future, waged on the fragile surface of the parchment. Agnes felt as if she was teetering on the brink of madness, her mind struggling to keep pace with the conflicting images and the relentless whispers that filled her ears. One night, as she was working on the final page, a particularly vivid vision overwhelmed her. She saw herself in the scene from her earlier premonition, lying on the cold stone floor, the dark figure looming over her. But this time, as the figure raised its weapon, Agnes saw the protective symbol she had inscribed on the page flare with a brilliant light. The dark figure recoiled, its form flickering and dissolving into shadow. Then, a hidden door in the wall swung open, revealing a path leading into darkness. Agnes gasped, her heart pounding with a mixture of terror and elation. Could this be the way? Could she actually change her fate? With trembling hands, she finished writing the final words, describing the scribe escaping through the hidden door, leaving the dark figure behind. As she laid down her quill, a profound silence descended upon her chamber. The whispers had stopped. The air no longer felt heavy with dread. Agnes looked at the completed manuscript, her heart filled with a fragile sense of hope. She had done all she could. Now, all that remained was to wait and see if her efforts had been enough. The following days passed with agonizing slowness. Agnes found herself constantly on edge, expecting the events of the prophecy to unfold at any moment. She avoided leaving her chamber, her gaze fixed on the manuscript, as if it held the key to her survival. Then, one evening, as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across her room, Agnes heard a commotion outside her door. There were shouts and the sounds of running footsteps. A wave of fear washed over her. Was this it? Was the prophecy about to come to pass? Suddenly, her door burst open, and Lord Auburn rushed in, his face pale with alarm. "Mistress Agnes," he exclaimed, his voice urgent. "There has been a terrible storm. Came out of nowhere, the fiercest I have ever seen. Trees have been uprooted, buildings damaged." Agnes felt a surge of relief wash over her. The storm. It was the storm she had written into the manuscript. Could it be that her actions were already having an effect? Lord Auburn continued, "And that's not all. Some of the villagers have reported seeing strange figures in the woods, dark shapes moving among the trees. They say they vanished as quickly as they appeared, as if they were shadows." Agnes's heart pounded in her chest. The dark figures, they too were part of the prophecy. But the storm had scattered them, just as she had written. A sense of cautious optimism began to bloom within her. Lord Auburn, noticing the completed manuscript on her desk, approached it with a wary expression. "You have finished it then?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Agnes nodded, unable to speak, her throat tight with emotion. Lord Auburn hesitated for a moment, then reached out and carefully picked up the ancient book. He opened it to the final pages and began to read. As he read the words Agnes had written, his eyes widened in surprise. This is different," he murmured, his gaze fixed on the parchment. "The ending, it speaks of escape, of a hidden path." He looked at Agnes, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Did you change it?" Agnes simply nodded again, tears welling up in her eyes. Lord Auburn remained silent for a long moment, his gaze shifting between Agnes and the manuscript. Then he closed the book with a soft thud. "Perhaps," he said slowly, a thoughtful expression on his face, "perhaps some prophecies are not set in stone. Perhaps fate can be guided." He did not press her for details, and Agnes did not offer any. There were some things that were best left unsaid, secrets best kept locked within the pages of the ancient manuscript. Life at Lord Auburn's manor slowly returned to normal after the storm. The damage was repaired, and the strange sightings in the woods ceased. Agnes continued her work as a scribe, but she was no longer haunted by the same sense of dread. The manuscript remained in Lord Auburn's possession, locked away in the deepest recesses of his library. Sometimes, late at night, When the wind howled outside and the shadows danced in her chamber, Agnes would think about the ancient text and the terrifying prophecy it contained. She would wonder if the dark figures had truly been vanquished, or if they were merely waiting for their chance to return. And she would often find herself glancing towards the corner of her room, half expecting to see a hidden door swing open, revealing a path into the unknown. The manuscript was finished, but its secrets, and perhaps its influence, lingered still, a quiet reminder of the night she had dared to rewrite her own destiny. The world felt subtly altered, the veil between what was and what might be feeling thinner than before. Story 6. The Widow's Inn. The late autumn air bit with a sharp chill as Sir Calin urged his weary warhorse, Destrier, down the muddy track. Weeks had turned into months since he had last seen the familiar banners of his liege lord, the dust of the Holy Lands a distant memory now replaced by the damp earth of his homeland. The crusade had been long and arduous, filled with both glory and sorrow, and Calin longed for nothing more than a warm hearth, a hearty meal, and a night of undisturbed sleep. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of bruised purple and blood orange, a faint light flickered through the skeletal branches of the surrounding woods. Hope stirred within Calin as he recognized the telltale glow of an inn. Drawing closer, the building revealed itself to be a sturdy structure of timber and stone, smoke curling invitingly from its chimney. A weathered sign creaked gently in the breeze, depicting a simple tankard above the words, "The Weary Traveler's Rest." Calin dismounted, his limbs stiff from the long ride, and looped Destrier's reins around a sturdy post near the stable. The sounds of boisterous laughter and the clinking of tankards could be heard from within, promising the companionship he had sorely missed. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, Calin stepped into a common room bustling with activity. A crackling fire roared in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls. Several travelers, a mix of merchants, pilgrims, and what looked like a few returning soldiers, were gathered around tables, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of candlelight. A woman, her face etched with lines of hardship, but her eyes holding a surprising warmth, stood behind a sturdy wooden counter, serving drinks and exchanging pleasantries. This must be the widow Matilda, Calin surmised, the keeper of this welcoming haven. "Welcome, good sir," she called out, her voice carrying easily over the din. Come in and warm yourself by the fire. You look like you've traveled far." Calin approached the counter, his gaze sweeping over the room once more. He noticed 3 young women moving quietly amongst the tables, attending to the needs of the guests. They were fair-haired, with delicate features, and though they smiled politely at the travelers, Calin sensed a subtle unease in their eyes, a fleeting shadow that seemed to vanish as quickly as it appeared. They must be Matilda's daughters, he thought, their youth a stark contrast to the weariness etched on their mother's face. "Thank you, good woman," Calin replied, his voice rough from the journey. "Indeed I have. A room for the night and a hot meal would be a blessing." "Of course, sir," Matilda said with a kind smile. "We have plenty of room. My daughters, Briar, Wren, and Willow will see to your needs. Briar, show the good sir to room number 7. Wren, fetch him a tankard of our finest ale, and Willow, see if the cook has a bit of that venison stew left." The daughters moved with a quiet efficiency, Briar leading Calin up a narrow flight of stairs, the wooden steps creaking softly beneath their feet. The room was small but clean, with a straw-filled mattress, a sturdy wooden chest, and a single window overlooking the darkening countryside. Calin gratefully dropped his travel-worn pack onto the floor. Returning to the common room, he found Wren waiting with a brimming tankard of ale. The brew was dark and rich, with a slightly bitter taste that Calin found surprisingly refreshing. He settled down at a vacant table near the fire, the warmth seeping into his chilled bones. Soon, Willow arrived with a steaming bowl of venison stew, the savory aroma making his stomach rumble. As he ate, Calin observed the other guests. More travelers had arrived since his entrance, their numbers seemingly growing with each passing hour. A group of boisterous merchants recounted tales of their travels, their laughter echoing through the room. A pair of silent pilgrims huddled in a corner, their lips moving in quiet prayer, and a lone minstrel plucked a melancholic tune on his lute, his music weaving a spell of wistful reflection over the gathering. Yet, as the evening wore on, a subtle disquiet began to settle over Kalen. He noticed that while many travelers entered the inn, he had not seen a single one leave. The common room seemed perpetually full, yet never overflowing. It was as if the inn possessed an uncanny ability to accommodate an endless stream of newcomers. He also couldn't shake the feeling that the daughters' smiles, though frequent, never quite reached their eyes. They moved with a certain apprehension, their glances often darting towards their mother, as if seeking approval or perhaps even fearing her gaze. One instance in particular struck him. As Willow served a fresh loaf of bread to a group of farmers, her hand brushed against her mother's. Matilda's grip tightened on her daughter's wrist for a fleeting moment, her smile never faltering as she continued her conversation with the farmers. But Kalen saw the flicker of pain in Willow's eyes before she quickly masked it and hurried away. Later that evening, as the common room began to empty and the other guests retired to their rooms, Kalen found himself lingering by the fire, his mind troubled by his observations. He saw Briar polishing tankards behind the counter, her movements slow and deliberate. He approached her cautiously. "The inn seems busy tonight," Kalen remarked, trying to sound casual. Briar looked up, her eyes widening slightly before she offered a polite, if somewhat strained, smile. "Yes, sir. We always have many travelers passing through." "Indeed," Kalen continued. "I've noticed many arriving, but I haven't seen anyone depart this evening." Briar's smile faltered for a fraction of a second. "Oh, they leave early in the morning, sir. Before the sun rises. Most of them are eager to continue their journeys." Her explanation sounded plausible, yet Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't telling him the whole truth. There was a nervousness in her demeanor, a subtle tremor in her hands as she continued her work. "Your mother seems like a very capable woman," Kalen said, changing the subject. "Running an inn of this size must be a lot of work." Briar's gaze dropped to the tankard she was polishing. "Yes, she is very capable." Her voice was barely above a whisper, and Kalen thought he detected a hint of fear in her tone. "She must be very proud of her daughters," Kalen pressed gently. Briar finally looked up at him, and this time, the unease in her eyes was unmistakable. "We try our best to please her, sir." Before Kalen could ask any further questions, Matilda's voice rang out from across the room. "Briar, dear, are you finished with those tankards? It's getting late." Briar visibly stiffened. "Yes, mother, just finishing up." She quickly turned away from Kalen, her movements now hurried and slightly frantic. Kalen watched her go, his mind racing. The pieces were beginning to fall into place, painting a picture far more sinister than he had initially imagined. The endless stream of travelers who never seemed to leave, the daughters' palpable fear of their mother, the fleeting glimpse of cruelty he had witnessed, it all pointed to something deeply wrong within the walls of the weary traveler's rest. He decided then and there that he would not rest easy until he uncovered the truth behind this unsettling place and the secrets it held captive. The warmth of the fire no longer felt comforting, but rather like the deceptive glow before a descent into darkness. Kalen feigned a yawn, stretching his arms above his head. "I believe I shall retire for the night," he announced to Matilda, who was now wiping down the counter. "The journey has taken its toll." "Of course, Sir Kalen," Matilda replied with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Sleep well. My daughters will see to your needs in the morning." Kalen nodded politely and made his way back up the creaking stairs to his room. Once inside, however, sleep was the furthest thing from his mind. He bolted the door and then moved silently to the window, peering out into the darkness. The inn was quiet now, the boisterous laughter replaced by the gentle snores of the other guests. A sliver of moon peeked through the clouds, casting long, eerie shadows across the courtyard. He waited for what felt like an eternity, listening intently for any sounds from the other rooms. Finally, when he was certain that the inn was truly asleep, he quietly unbolted his door and slipped out into the hallway. The air was still and cold, and the only sound was the occasional creak of the old wooden floorboards. He decided to try speaking with Willow first, as she seemed the most vulnerable. He remembered the brief but telling moment when her mother had gripped her wrist. He crept silently towards the stairs, intending to find her room, but as he reached the landing, he heard a soft sob coming from a room just down the hall. The door was slightly ajar, and a faint sliver of candlelight spilled out into the hallway. He hesitated for a moment, then gently pushed the door open a crack. Inside, he saw Willow sitting on the edge of a small bed, her face buried in her hands, her shoulders shaking with silent tears. He pushed the door open further and stepped inside. Willow gasped, her head snapping up, her eyes wide with fear. "Who's there?" she whispered, scrambling to her feet. "It's just me, Sir Kalen," he said softly, holding up his hands to show he meant no harm. "I heard you crying and I was concerned." Willow stared at him for a moment, her fear slowly giving way to confusion. You heard me?" Kalen nodded. "Yes, is everything all right?" She looked down at her hands, her lower lip trembling. "It's nothing, sir. Just a bad dream." Kalen didn't believe her, but he knew he couldn't push her too hard. "If you ever need someone to talk to," he said gently, "I'm a good listener." She looked up at him again, a flicker of something akin to hope in her eyes. "Thank you, sir." He spent the next hour talking with Willow, carefully avoiding any direct questions about her mother. He spoke of his travels, of the hardships and the triumphs, trying to establish a sense of trust. Slowly, she began to relax, her initial fear replaced by a quiet weariness. She spoke of the endless work at the inn, the constant demands of her mother, and the strange feeling that they were always busy, yet never seemed to make any real progress. As the first hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, Kalen knew he had to leave before Matilda or the other guests awoke. "I should go now," he said, standing up. "But please, Willow, if you ever need help, don't hesitate to find me." She nodded, her eyes filled with a mixture of gratitude and apprehension. "I will, sir. Thank you." Over the next few days, Kalen continued to observe the inn and its inhabitants. He noticed that the pattern of travelers arriving but never leaving continued. New faces appeared each evening, filling the common room with their laughter and stories, only to vanish without a trace by the following morning. He tried to engage the other guests in conversation, but there was a strange reluctance in their eyes, a veiled look that made him uneasy. He also made an effort to speak with Briar and Wren, but they were far more guarded than Willow. They answered his questions with polite but brief responses, their eyes constantly darting towards their mother, who seemed to have an uncanny ability to appear whenever Kalen tried to engage her daughters in a private conversation. One afternoon, Kalen found Willow tending to the small herb garden behind the inn. He approached her cautiously, making sure Matilda was nowhere in sight. "Willow," he said softly, "may I speak with you for a moment?" She looked up, her face lighting up slightly when she saw him. "Sir Kalen, of course. I've been thinking about what you said the other night," he began, lowering his voice, "about the inn always being busy, but never seeming to get ahead." Willow sighed, her gaze drifting towards the inn. "It's true, sir. We work from dawn till dusk, but it's like we're running in place. More people just keep coming." "And where do they go in the morning?" Kalen asked, his voice carefully neutral. "I haven't seen anyone leave." Willow hesitated, her eyes darting around nervously. They leave very early, sir, before I'm even awake most days." "All of them?" Kalen pressed gently. "Every single one?" She looked down at the herbs she was tending, her fingers fidgeting with the leaves. "Most of them, sir." Kalen waited patiently, sensing her internal struggle. Finally, she looked up at him, her eyes filled with a desperate plea. "Sir Kalen," she whispered, her voice trembling, "something isn't right here. I know it." "What do you mean, Willow?" he asked, his heart pounding in his chest. She took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the ground. "The travelers, They don't just leave in the morning. They disappear. Disappear, Kalen repeated, his voice barely a whisper. Willow nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. I've seen things, sir. Heard things. Whispers in the night. Strange noises coming from the cellar. What kind of noises? Kalen asked, his mind reeling. Like something being dragged, she said, her voice barely audible. And sometimes I hear screams. Muffled. Like they're coming from far away. Kalen felt a chill run down his spine. And your mother, what does she say about this? Willow's face paled. She tells us not to ask questions. She says we should just focus on our work and not trouble ourselves with the guests. And what about the other travelers? Kalen asked. Have they noticed anything? Willow shook her head. They come and go so quickly. And Mother, she's always so charming, so welcoming. They never suspect a thing. But you suspect something, Kalen said, his gaze meeting hers. She nodded, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. I'm scared, sir. We're all scared. But we don't know what to do. Just then, they heard Matilda's voice calling from the doorway of the inn. Willow, dear, where are you? There are new guests arriving, and we need your help. Willow's eyes widened with panic. I have to go, sir. Please be careful. She hurried back towards the inn, leaving Kalen standing alone in the herb garden. His mind filled with a growing sense of dread. The pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together, revealing a horrifying truth. Matilda wasn't just the innkeeper. She was something far more sinister, and the weary traveler's rest was not a haven, but a trap. He knew now that he had to help Willow and her sisters escape this terrible place. But he also knew that confronting whatever lurked beneath Matilda's charming facade would be a perilous undertaking. The welcoming warmth he had initially felt upon arriving had curdled into a cold, sickening fear, a premonition of the horrors that lay hidden within the widow's inn. Kalen knew he couldn't wait any longer. The fear in Willow's eyes, the hushed whispers of disappearances and screams. It painted a grim picture that demanded immediate action. He spent the rest of the afternoon observing Matilda, noting her movements, her interactions with the seemingly endless stream of travelers, and the subtle, almost imperceptible signals she used to control her daughters. He saw the way her smile never quite reached her eyes, the almost predatory glint that occasionally flickered within them when a particularly robust-looking traveler entered the inn. As dusk began to settle once more, Kalen sought out Willow again, finding her in the dimly lit kitchen, scrubbing pots with a weary expression. Briar and Wren were nowhere in sight. Willow, he said softly, and she started, dropping the pot she was cleaning with a clatter. Sir Kalen, you startled me. Forgive me, he said, but I need to speak with you, and with your sisters urgently. Willow's eyes darted towards the door. Mother will be back soon. We have to be quick. I know, Kalen said. I believe your mother is not who she appears to be. Willow's breath hitched. You know, I have my suspicions, Kalen replied. And after what you told me, I'm certain something terrible is happening here. We need to get you and your sisters away from this place. A flicker of hope ignited in Willow's eyes. You would help us? With my life, Kalen vowed. But we need a plan. Can you speak with Briar and Wren? Tell them what you've told me, and that I want to help you all escape. Willow nodded quickly. I will, but they are more afraid of Mother than I am. It might take some convincing. Tell them that staying here is a far greater danger, Kalen urged. Tell them about the disappearances, the screams. Tell them we have to leave tonight. Under the pretense of needing more blankets for his room, Kalen managed to find Briar and Wren in a small storage room, sorting linens. Willow joined them moments later, her face pale but determined. Kalen explained his suspicions, recounting Willow's fears and his own observations. Briar and Wren were initially hesitant, their fear of their mother deeply ingrained. But as Willow recounted the unsettling events she had witnessed, their resistance began to crumble. The shared fear, long suppressed, finally found a voice. They decided to meet in the stable after everyone in the inn had gone to sleep. Kalen would have Destria ready, and they would slip away under the cover of darkness. The plan was fraught with risk, but it was their only hope. As the inn finally fell silent, Kalen made his way to the stable, the three sisters following close behind, their movements as quiet as shadows. Destrier whinnied softly in recognition as Kalen approached. He quickly saddled the warhorse, his heart pounding in his chest. Just as they were about to lead Destrier out of the stable, a voice, cold and sharp as a winter wind, cut through the silence. "And where do you think you are going?" Matilda stood in the stable doorway, her silhouette framed against the faint moonlight. But something was different about her. The warm smile was gone, replaced by a chillingly vacant stare. Her features seemed sharper, more angular, and her eyes glowed with an unnatural light. The daughters gasped, their faces white with terror. Kalen stepped forward, drawing his sword. "Your charade ends here," he said, his voice firm despite the tremor of fear that ran through him. "We know what you are." Matilda, or whatever it was wearing her skin, let out a low, guttural chuckle that sent shivers down Kalen's spine. "You think you can stop me, little knight? I have fed on travelers in this inn for decades. You are nothing but another meal." Her form began to shift, the edges of her body blurring, her features contorting into something monstrous and inhuman. The skin of Matilda seemed to ripple and peel back, revealing a grotesque creature with sharp claws, glowing eyes, and rows of jagged teeth. The air filled with a stench of decay and something else, something ancient and foul. "Run!" Kalen roared at the sisters, stepping forward to meet the creature. Briar, Wren, and Willow didn't hesitate. They scrambled out of the stable and into the darkness, their bare feet pounding softly on the muddy ground. Kalen engaged the creature, his sword flashing in the moonlight. It was strong and fast, its claws raking against his armor. He fought with the desperation of a cornered man, knowing that the sisters' lives depended on him. The creature lunged, its fangs snapping inches from his face. He parried with his sword, the clang of steel echoing in the night. He managed to land a blow, his sword slicing through the creature's arm. But instead of blood, a thick, black ichor oozed from the wound. The creature shrieked in pain and fury, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Knowing he couldn't defeat it in a straight fight, Kalen aimed for the stable door, hoping to lure it outside and give the sisters more time to escape. He dodged another swipe of its claws and sprinted towards the opening. The creature followed, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Outside, the sisters were nowhere to be seen. Kalen turned to face the creature, which now stood fully revealed in its monstrous form. It was tall and gaunt, its skin stretched taut over sharp bones, its eyes burning like embers in the night. With a final, desperate surge of strength, Kalen charged, his sword aimed at the creature's heart. It met his attack with surprising speed, its claws catching his arm, tearing through his leather and chainmail. Pain shot through him, but he held on, his sword finding its mark. The creature shrieked again, a sound that seemed to tear the very fabric of the night. It staggered back, its glowing eyes dimming, before collapsing to the ground in a heap of unnatural limbs. Kalen stood there for a moment, panting heavily, his arm throbbing with pain. He looked around, his gaze searching the darkness for the sisters. Briar? Wren? Willow? Silence. He started to move, calling their names again, his voice hoarse. Finally, he heard a faint reply. "Sir Kalen? We're here." He followed the sound and found them huddled together behind a thicket of bushes, their faces pale and tear-streaked. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice filled with relief. Willow nodded, her eyes wide with shock. We saw it, what it really was." "It's over now," Kalen said, though a sense of unease still lingered. He knew that such creatures were rarely defeated so easily. They made their way away from the inn, walking through the silent woods until the first rays of dawn began to break through the trees. They didn't stop until they reached a small village several miles away. where Kalen arranged for them to stay with a kind-hearted woman who offered them shelter. As Kalen watched the first light of day illuminate their exhausted faces, he knew they were safe, for now. But the memory of the creature in the widow's inn, the chilling realization of the horror that had lurked beneath a welcoming facade, would forever remain etched in his mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that the world held more darkness than he had ever imagined, and that sometimes the most inviting havens could hide the most terrifying secrets. The road ahead for the three sisters would undoubtedly be long and difficult, but they had faced the darkness and, against all odds, had found their way back into the light. Story 7. The Baron's Hunt. Catherine knew the whispering woods like the back of her calloused hand. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, every bird's song held meaning for her. A language spoken fluently since she was a child. She could track a rabbit through a blizzard and find her way home on the darkest moonless night. These skills, honed by years spent foraging and occasionally poaching in the vast forests surrounding her village of Oakhaven, were usually her greatest asset, the reason her family never went truly hungry. But today they felt like a curse. The Baron Blackthorn. Even his name tasted of iron and shadow on the tongue. Stories of his cruelty were whispered around village fires. Tales of men hanged for stealing a loaf of bread and women flogged for the slightest offense. His castle, a grim edifice of gray stone perched atop the highest hill overlooking the valley, was a constant, brooding presence, a reminder of his absolute power. He owned everything within his domain, from the fertile fields to the deepest parts of the woods, and his will was law. It was 2 days past the summer solstice when the Baron's men arrived in Oakhaven. They rode on heavy war horses, their armor gleaming dully in the morning sun, their faces grim and impassive. They carried a decree, sealed with the Baron's personal sigil, demanding the immediate service of Catherine, daughter of Alara and Gareth. Fear rippled through the small village. Young men were sometimes conscripted for the Baron's armies. But a girl? For what purpose could the Baron possibly need a peasant girl? Catherine's mother wept, clutching her daughter as if she could shield her from the Baron's grasp. Her father, a weathered man of few words, could only look on with a mixture of fear and resignation. There was no arguing with the Baron's men. To refuse was to invite swift and brutal retribution. Catherine, though her heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird, tried to appear brave. She knew that tears would only anger these men. She was brought to Blackthorn Castle, a place she had only ever seen from a distance, its towers piercing the sky like jagged teeth. The sheer size of it was intimidating, the stone walls cold and unforgiving. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of damp stone, wood smoke, and something else, something metallic and faintly unpleasant that Catherine couldn't quite place. She was led through echoing corridors by a stern-faced guard who offered no words of comfort or explanation. Finally, she was brought before the Baron himself. He sat on a high-backed chair in a dimly lit chamber, a massive figure draped in black velvet. His face was hidden in shadow, but Catherine could feel his gaze upon her, heavy and assessing. "So you are the woodland girl," the Baron's voice rumbled, like distant thunder. "They say you know the forest better than any man in my lands." Catherine managed a shaky curtsy. "Yes, my lord." "Good." The Baron leaned forward, and Catherine could finally see his face. It was a hard face, lined and cruel, with eyes that seemed to hold no warmth. "I have need of your skills. I am going on a hunt, a special hunt, and I require someone who can track game that is not ordinary." Catherine frowned, confusion knotting in her stomach. What kind of game was not ordinary? Deer and boar were the usual quarry in these woods. "You will serve as my tracker," the Baron continued, his voice brooking no argument. "You will lead my hunting party, and you will find what I seek. Fail me, girl, and you will regret it." Fear coiled in Catherine's gut, cold and sharp. She had no choice but to agree. The next morning, the hunting party set out. It was a large group, consisting of the Baron, several of his knights, and a number of armed men-at-arms. Catherine was given a rough-spun tunic and sturdy boots, and she was placed at the front of the group, her eyes scanning the forest floor for any sign. The Baron had been vague about the nature of their quarry, only hinting that it was something elusive, something that most people believed existed only in old wives' tales. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Catherine began to notice strange things. Tracks that were too large for any known animal, markings on trees that seemed deliberately placed, and a sense of unease that settled over her like a shroud. The forest here was different from the woods around Oakhaven. The trees were older, their branches gnarled and twisted like skeletal fingers. The air was heavier, and the usual sounds of the forest, the chirping of birds, the rustling of small animals, were strangely muted. There was a silence here that felt unnatural, as if the very woods were holding its breath. As the day wore on, Catherine led the hunting party further and further into the wilderness, following trails that seemed to appear and disappear as if by magic. The knights grumbled amongst themselves, their heavy armor chafing in the humid air. Even the Baron, usually so stoic, seemed to grow impatient. "Are you sure you know where you are going, girl?" he demanded, his voice sharp. Catherine nodded, though a sliver of doubt had begun to creep into her mind. The tracks she was following were unlike anything she had ever seen before. They were large and vaguely humanoid, but with deep claw marks that suggested something far more dangerous than any man. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, one of the Baron's men cried out. He had stumbled upon something lying in the undergrowth. It was a deer, but not as Catherine knew them. This deer was unnaturally large, its antlers twisted into grotesque shapes, and its eyes glowed with a faint, unsettling light. Its throat had been torn out, not by wolves or bears, but by something with much sharper teeth. A murmur of unease rippled through the hunting party. Even the Baron seemed taken aback. "What manner of beast did this?" he muttered. Catherine felt a chill run down her spine. This was no ordinary hunt. They were tracking something ancient and malevolent, something that belonged in the darkest corners of folklore. They continued to follow the strange tracks, the forest growing ever darker and more oppressive. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, distorted shadows that danced among the trees. The air grew colder, and a thick fog began to roll in, swirling around their feet like ghostly tendrils. The hunting party, which had been spread out, began to bunch together, their fear palpable. The fog grew thicker, obscuring the path ahead and muffling any sounds. Catherine could no longer see the Baron or the knights behind her. She could only hear the heavy breathing of the men closest to her and the eerie silence of the fog-shrouded woods. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the fog, followed by the sickening thud of a falling body. Panic erupted among the hunting party. Men cried out in fear, their voices swallowed by the swirling mist. Catherine felt a hand grab her arm, pulling her back. "What was that?" A terrified voice whispered in her ear. Catherine didn't know. She could feel her own heart pounding in her chest, a frantic drumbeat against the oppressive silence. The fog was so thick she could barely see her own hand in front of her face. They were lost, separated, and something was out there in the fog with them, something that hunted in the shadows. The hunter had become the hunted. The hand gripping Catherine's arm belonged to Gareth, one of the Baron's younger guards, a man barely older than herself. His face, what she could see of it in the swirling fog, was pale with terror. "Something took him," he stammered, his voice trembling. "I saw a shadow huge," and then he screamed. Catherine tried to pull her arm free, her own fear a cold knot in her stomach. She needed to think, to use her knowledge of the woods to find a way out of this suffocating mist. But the fog was disorienting, playing tricks on her senses. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every rustle of leaves sounded like approaching footsteps. "We need to stay together," she said, trying to sound more confident than she felt. "If we scatter, we'll be easier targets." But her words were barely out of her mouth when another scream pierced the fog. This one closer, followed by a guttural growl that sounded nothing like any animal Catherine had ever heard. Gareth's grip on her arm tightened, his knuckles white. "We have to get out of here," he whispered frantically. "This place, it's cursed." Before Catherine could respond, they heard the sound of horses crashing through the undergrowth nearby. It was the Baron and some of his knights, their voices strained with fear and anger. "Who screamed?" the Baron roared, his voice echoing through the fog. "What in God's name is happening?" "We don't know, my lord," one of the knights replied, his voice shaking. "Something is out here, something unnatural." The Baron, despite his fear, seemed determined to maintain control. "Form ranks," he commanded. "Swords out. We will face whatever lurks in this fog." The hunting party, or what remained of it, huddled together, their swords drawn, their eyes darting nervously into the swirling mist. Catherine felt a surge of grim determination. She might be just a peasant girl, but she knew these woods better than any of them. If they were to survive this night, they would need her. "My lord," she said, stepping forward, "I know these woods. If we head towards the old oak at the Three Streams, there's a hunter's path that leads back to the edge of the forest." The Baron looked at her, his eyes narrowed. "Can you lead us through this fog?" "I can try, my lord," Catherine replied, "but we must move quickly and quietly." The Baron nodded, his face grim. "Lead the way, girl." Catherine moved to the front of the group, her senses on high alert. The fog was disorienting, but she focused on the feel of the ground beneath her feet, the direction of the wind on her face, and the faint scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. She tried to remember the landmarks she had passed earlier in the day, piecing together a mental map of the forest. As they moved through the fog, they encountered more signs of the strange hunt. They found another of the Baron's men lying dead, his body mangled and torn. This time, they saw the tracks more clearly in the soft earth, large, three-toed prints that were undeniably not human, and not any animal Catherine knew. The knights exchanged nervous glances, their bravado slowly eroding. Even the Baron's face, usually so hard and impassive, showed signs of growing unease. They continued on, the silence of the fog broken only by the occasional snap of a twig or the heavy breathing of the men. Suddenly, they heard a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from all around them. The horses whinnied in fear, their eyes wide with panic. "What was that?" Gareth whispered, his voice barely audible. Catherine didn't answer. She had heard that sound before, the same growl that had followed the second scream. It was closer now, much closer. Then, through the swirling fog, they saw it. A pair of glowing red eyes, burning like embers in the darkness. They were large eyes, set in a shadowy form that seemed to shift and writhe in the mist. A collective gasp of fear went through the hunting party. Swords were raised higher, hands tightened on hilts. "What in the seven hells is that?" one of the knights exclaimed, his voice filled with terror. The creature, whatever it was, remained just out of sight in the fog, its glowing eyes the only indication of its presence. The growling intensified, a low, menacing rumble that seemed to vibrate in the very air. The Baron, despite the obvious fear in his eyes, stood his ground. "Hold your formation," he roared. "Do not let it break our ranks." But the creature did not attack. It simply circled them in the fog, its glowing eyes watching them, its guttural growls a constant reminder of the danger they were in. The tension was unbearable, the silence between the growls almost worse than the sound itself. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature vanished back into the fog. The glowing eyes disappeared, and the growling faded into the distance. A collective sigh of relief went through the hunting party, but it was short-lived. They knew that whatever that thing was, it was still out there, lurking in the mist. They continued to move forward, Catherine leading the way, her senses strained to their limit. The fog seemed to press in on them, suffocating and disorienting. They stumbled over roots and fallen branches, their progress slow and arduous. Suddenly, Gareth cried out again, this time in pain. Catherine turned to see him clutching his leg, his face contorted in agony. "Something bit me," he gasped. "In the fog. I didn't see it." One of the other guards knelt down to examine his leg. In the dim light filtering through the fog, they could see 2 deep puncture wounds, bleeding freely. What kind of animal would do this? The guard muttered, his face grim. Catherine felt a cold dread wash over her. This was not the work of any ordinary animal. The glowing eyes, the strange tracks, the unnatural size of the deer, it all pointed to something far more sinister. The Baron was hunting creatures from folklore, creatures she had always dismissed as mere stories. But they were real, and now they were hunting them. The fog seemed to grow thicker, swirling and churning around them. They could barely see each other now. The hunting party completely dispersed. Catherine could hear the panicked shouts of the Baron and his knights, but she couldn't see them. She was alone with Gareth, who was growing weaker by the minute. "We need to find shelter," Catherine said, her voice urgent, "before whatever bit you comes back." She helped Gareth to his feet, and they stumbled through the fog, Catherine desperately trying to maintain her sense of direction. They could hear the sounds of pursuit all around them, the snapping of branches, the rustling of leaves, the low, guttural growls that were growing closer. Then, through a break in the fog, Catherine saw it. A fleeting glimpse of a tall, gaunt figure, its skin pale and stretched tight over sharp bones, its eyes glowing with the same eerie red light they had seen before. It moved with a strange, loping gait, its long, clawed hands reaching out as if to grasp them. Catherine gasped, pulling Gareth behind a large, moss-covered boulder just as the creature disappeared back into the fog. Her heart hammered against her ribs, and her breath caught in her throat. This was no beast of the forest. This was something else entirely, something ancient and terrifying. The stories her grandmother used to tell, the tales of creatures that stalked the woods at night, they were all coming back to her now, not as fanciful tales, but as chilling reality. The Baron's hunt had indeed been for unusual game, and now that game was turning the tables. They were no longer the hunters. They were the prey. The true horror of their situation was beginning to dawn on Catherine, a dread that settled deep in her bones and whispered of a night that would forever haunt her. Clutching Gareth's arm, Catherine pressed herself against the cold, damp stone of the boulder, her ears straining to hear any sound over the frantic thumping of her own heart. Gareth whimpered beside her, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The bite on his leg was clearly serious, and the venom, if that's what it was already taking its toll. His skin was clammy, and his eyes were glazed with pain. "We can't stay here," Catherine whispered, her voice barely audible. "It knows we're close." Gareth nodded weakly, his face pale in the gloom filtering through the fog. "Where do we go?" "There's a small cave I know of, not too far from here," Catherine replied. "It's hidden behind a waterfall. It's our best chance for shelter." Supporting Gareth, Catherine cautiously peered around the edge of the boulder. The fog still swirled thick and heavy, but for a moment, she thought she saw another fleeting glimpse of the gaunt figure disappearing among the trees. They had to move quickly. With Catherine half carrying him, they stumbled through the fog, the sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, the snapping twigs, now sounding menacing and predatory. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger. Every gust of wind felt like the cold breath of something evil. They finally reached the small stream that fed the waterfall. The sound of the water cascading down the rocks was a welcome one, masking their movements and providing a sense of direction in the disorienting fog. Catherine helped Gareth across the slippery stones, his grip on her arm weakening with each step. The entrance to the cave was hidden behind a curtain of water, a narrow opening in the rock face that was easily missed. Catherine pushed aside the heavy spray and helped Gareth inside. The cave was small and damp, but it offered a degree of shelter from the elements and, hopefully, from the creatures outside. Catherine found some dry leaves and moss to make a makeshift bed for Gareth, who was now shivering uncontrollably. She examined his leg in the dim light filtering through the cave entrance. The bite marks were deep and festering, and the surrounding flesh was swollen and discolored. She knew that without proper treatment, he wouldn't last long. "I need to find something to clean this," she said, her voice filled with worry, "and maybe some herbs to help with the pain." Gareth looked at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and gratitude. "Don't go," he whispered. "Don't leave me alone." Catherine squeezed his hand. "I'll be back," she promised. "Just try to rest." Leaving Gareth huddled in the cave, Catherine ventured back out into the fog. The forest seemed even more menacing now, the silence broken only by the distant howls and growls of the creatures that roamed the woods. She moved cautiously, her senses on high alert, searching for any sign of the herbs she needed. She found some feverfew growing near the stream, its delicate white flowers a stark contrast to the darkness of the surrounding forest. She also gathered some willow bark, knowing that it could help with the pain. As she was collecting the herbs, she heard a commotion in the distance, the sounds of shouting, the clash of steel, and the terrified screams of men. It was the Baron and his remaining knights, still fighting for their lives. Catherine felt a pang of guilt. She should have stayed with them, tried to help. But she knew that her first priority was Gareth. He was injured and helpless, and she was his only hope. She hurried back to the cave, her heart pounding with a sense of urgency. Inside, Gareth was even weaker, his breathing shallow and ragged. Catherine crushed the feverfew and willow bark and mixed them with some water from the stream, using a piece of cloth to clean his wound and apply the poultice. As she tended to Gareth, the sounds of fighting outside grew fainter and fainter, until finally, there was only silence. The fog began to thin, and the first rays of dawn pierced through the trees, casting long, eerie shadows. Catherine cautiously ventured out of the cave. The forest was still and silent, the air heavy with the smell of damp earth and something else, something metallic and sickeningly sweet. She followed the sounds of the earlier struggle and came upon a gruesome scene. The Baron and his knights lay scattered among the trees, their bodies torn and mangled. Their swords lay beside them, stained with blood, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. There were no survivors. Catherine felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The Baron, the cruel and powerful Baron who had conscripted her for his hunt, was dead, along with all his men. They had sought to hunt the creatures of the old tales, and in the end, they had become the hunted. She returned to the cave, her face grim. Gareth was still alive, but barely conscious. Catherine knew that their chances of survival were slim. They were deep in the heart of the creature's territory, with no supplies and no hope of rescue. But Catherine was a child of the forest. She had survived harsh winters and lean times. She would not give up. She would use all her skills and knowledge to protect Gareth and find a way back to Oakhaven. As the sun rose higher in the sky, burning away the last remnants of the fog, Catherine emerged from the cave, her face set with determination. She carried a makeshift spear fashioned from a sharpened branch, and her eyes scanned the surrounding forest, searching for any sign of danger. She knew that the creatures were still out there, watching them, waiting for their next opportunity to strike. But she would not let them take her or Gareth. They would fight for every breath, for every step of the way back to the world of men. The woods held secrets and terrors she had never imagined, and she had witnessed a hunt unlike any other. The memory of the glowing eyes and the gaunt figures would forever be etched into her mind, a stark reminder of the night the Baron's hunt went awry, and the forest claimed its own. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but Catherine knew one thing for certain. She would never look at the Whispering Woods the same way again. Story 8. The Abbey Bell. Brother Matthias knew the weight of the great bell intimately, the way its aged bronze hummed against his gloved hands as he pulled the thick rope. For 30 years, he had been the keeper of its rhythm, the sole monk tasked with its twice-daily tolling. The Abbey of St. Augustine, perched precariously on the precipice of Mount Cinder, was a place of stark beauty and rigorous routine. The monks rose before dawn, their voices joining in Gregorian chants that echoed through the stone halls. They worked in the meager gardens carved into the mountainside, transcribed ancient texts in the scriptorium, and offered what little solace they could to the occasional traveler brave enough to make the arduous journey. But the bell, that was Matthias's domain. It was an enormous thing, rumored to have been cast in the fires of a fallen star. Its voice, when it rang, was said to carry for miles across the desolate landscape, a deep, sonorous boom that resonated in the very bones of the mountain. The monks believed it called them to prayer, a celestial summons that bound their lives to the divine. But Matthias knew the truth, a secret passed down from abbot to bell ringer since the abbey's founding centuries ago. The bell did not merely call. It contained, beneath the abbey, deep within the mountain's heart, something ancient and malevolent slumbered. The bell's constant vibrations, its rhythmic tolling, acted as a seal, a sonic barrier that kept the darkness at bay. The monks went about their lives in blissful ignorance of this hidden truth, their faith a simple and unwavering thing. Only the abbot and Matthias carried the burden of this knowledge, the weight of the abbey's true purpose. Matthias never missed a tolling, even when the mountain winds howled like tormented spirits or when sickness gripped his aging body. He understood the gravity of his task. A single missed peal could have unimaginable consequences. The routine of the abbey was shattered on a cold autumn evening. The wind carried not the usual mournful sighs, but the harsh cries of men and the clatter of steel. Raiders. They descended upon the abbey like vultures, their torches casting flickering shadows against the ancient stone walls. These were not mere bandits seeking food or coin. Their eyes held a wild, fanatical gleam, and their movements were swift and brutal. They spoke a guttural tongue that the monks did not understand, but their intent was terrifyingly clear. Brother Alaric, the abbey's stout cook, was the first to fall, a crude axe cleaving his skull as he tried to bar the kitchen door. The peaceful chants were replaced by screams of terror and the clash of weapons. The monks, men of God, not warriors, were no match for the ferocity of the attackers. Brother Benedict, the gentle soul who tended the medicinal herbs, was cut down in the garden, his blood staining the soil he so carefully cultivated. Matthias was in the bell tower when the attack began, preparing for the evening tolling. The sounds from below sent a cold dread through him. He knew what was at stake, not just the lives of his brothers, but something far greater. He gripped the bell rope, his knuckles white, and began to ring the bell with desperate urgency, hoping its powerful vibrations would somehow deter the invaders, or at least hold the darkness below. The raiders, however, were undeterred. They stormed through the abbey, their rampage leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Matthias could hear their heavy boots on the stone stairs of the tower, their angry shouts growing louder with each step. He knew he couldn't hold them off for long. He continued to ring the bell, the sound echoing through the chaos, a defiant cry against the encroaching darkness. The tower door burst open, revealing two hulking figures, their faces masked by crude leather. One of them carried a torch, its flickering light illuminating their blood-stained weapons. They lunged at Matthias, but years of climbing the winding tower stairs had kept him agile. He dodged their clumsy attacks, using the heavy bell rope as a makeshift weapon, swinging it wildly to keep them at bay. But they were relentless. One of the raiders managed to slash the bell rope with his axe, severing it with a sickening thud. The ringing stopped abruptly, the sudden silence more terrifying than the preceding chaos. The raiders roared in triumph, their eyes fixed on Matthias. He knew this was the end. Yet fate, or perhaps divine intervention, had other plans. As the raiders advanced, a section of the tower's stone railing, weakened by centuries of harsh weather, gave way beneath their combined weight. With a sickening cry, both men plunged into the darkness below. Matthias stood there, panting, his heart pounding in his chest, the silence of the bell tower broken only by the distant sounds of the ongoing massacre. He cautiously made his way down the winding stairs, his bare feet silent on the cold stone. The sight that greeted him in the abbey courtyard was one of utter devastation. His brothers lay scattered, their lifeless bodies a grim testament to the raiders' brutality. The air was thick with the smell of blood and smoke. The raiders, too, lay dead, their bodies twisted at unnatural angles where they had fallen. It seemed the mountain itself had claimed them. Matthias moved through the carnage, his heart heavy with grief. He checked each body, hoping against hope to find a sign of life, but there was none. He was alone. The Abbey of St. Augustine, once a beacon of faith and tranquility, was now a tomb, and the bell, its vital task unfinished, lay silent. He knew that the raiders, in their ignorance, had done more than just murder his brothers. They had silenced the one thing that kept the darkness at bay. The consequences of their actions, and the weight of his new solitude, pressed down on Matthias with crushing force. The silence that followed the raid was almost unbearable. The absence of his brothers' gentle snores in the dormitory, the lack of their voices raised in prayer, the stillness in the refectory where Brother Alaric's hearty meals once filled the air. It was a constant, aching void. Matthias buried his brothers with his own hands, digging graves in the frozen ground outside the abbey walls, each shovelful of earth a testament to his grief and his isolation. The mountain winds seemed to weep with him as he recited the funeral rites, his voice hoarse and broken. Once the burials were complete, Matthias turned his attention to the bell. The severed rope lay coiled on the floor of the tower, a stark reminder of the raiders' violence. He examined the bell itself, his heart sinking. A large crack, jagged and deep, ran across its bronze surface, a wound inflicted by a stray axe blow during the struggle. The bell might still ring, but its tone would be fractured, its resonance weakened. He knew that the integrity of the bell was paramount, its sound the only thing holding back the darkness below. Days turned into weeks. Matthias fell into a lonely routine. He continued the abbey's schedule of prayers, his solitary voice echoing through the empty chapel. He tended the gardens, though his heart wasn't in it. But his primary focus was the bell. He scavenged what rope he could find within the abbey, piecing together a makeshift replacement, though it was thinner and less reliable than the original. The crack in the bell was a more significant problem. He had no experience in metalworking, no way to properly repair such a massive object. He tried his best, melting down some pewter pitchers and carefully pouring the molten metal into the crack, hoping to seal it. It was a crude fix, and he knew it wouldn't last, but it was all he could do. With the rope replaced and the crack partially mended, Matthias cautiously attempted to ring the bell. The sound that echoed across the mountainside was a distorted version of its former glory. The deep, resonant boom was now marred by a jarring, metallic clang, a discordant note that grated on Matthias's ears and filled him with unease. He continued to ring it twice a day, at dawn and dusk, adhering to the ancient schedule, but the sound no longer felt like a comforting presence. It felt weak, vulnerable, as if the barrier it provided was slowly failing. It was not long after the raid that Matthias began to hear them. At first, it was subtle, a faint scratching sound coming from beneath the stone floors of the abbey. He dismissed it as mice or perhaps the shifting of the mountain itself. The old abbey had always creaked and groaned with the wind and the changing seasons, but the scratching persisted, growing slightly louder each night. It seemed to emanate from the deepest parts of the abbey, from the cellars and the forgotten crypts beneath the chapel. Matthias tried to ignore it, focusing on his prayers and his duties. But the scratching became more insistent, more deliberate. It was not the random scurrying of rodents. It was a rhythmic scraping, as if something with sharp claws was trying to dig its way through the stone. Sleep became a luxury. Every night, Matthias would lie in his narrow cot, listening to the scratching grow louder, his heart pounding with a fear he had never known before. He remembered the stories the elder monks used to tell, the hushed whispers of the entity imprisoned below. They spoke of a creature of immense power, a being of pure shadow and malice that had been bound by St. Bartholomew's holy magic and the bell's unwavering song. They said that if the bell ever fell silent, if its vibrations ever ceased, the entity would awaken and the abbey, and perhaps the world beyond, would be plunged into unimaginable darkness. Matthias now understood the true extent of the disaster that had befallen them. The raiders had not just killed his brothers. They had weakened the seal that held the ancient evil captive. The damaged bell, its voice fractured and weakened, was no longer sufficient. The scratching from below was proof of that. Whatever lay dormant beneath the abbey was stirring, its prison weakening. He spent his days in a state of constant anxiety, listening for any change in the scratching, any sign that the entity was growing stronger. He tried to repair the bell further, but his efforts were futile. The crack was too large, the damage too severe. He knew, with a growing sense of dread, that the bell would not hold for much longer. One particularly cold night, as the wind howled outside like a banshee, the scratching from below reached a fever pitch. It was no longer a subtle scraping. It was a furious, desperate clawing, as if the creature was on the verge of breaking through. Matthias huddled in his cell, clutching his rosary, his prayers filled with terror. The stone floor beneath him seemed to vibrate with the force of the creature's efforts. He could hear the grinding of stone against stone, the sound sending shivers down his spine. Suddenly, there was a loud crack from the bell tower. Matthias scrambled out of his cell and rushed up the winding stairs, his heart pounding with dread. He reached the bell tower just in time to see another large section of the bell break away, the bronze falling to the stone floor with a deafening clang. The crack had widened, and the bell now hung precariously, its once mighty form severely damaged. The sound it produced when Matthias desperately pulled the rope was a mere shadow of its former self, a weak, mournful groan that barely carried beyond the abbey walls. The scratching from below seemed to intensify in response, as if the weakening of the bell had given the entity new strength. Matthias knew then that time was running out. The final night of the abbey was fast approaching. The fractured peal of the bell was a death knell, not just for the abbey, but perhaps for everything beyond its desolate peaks. Matthias stared at the broken bronze, his heart a leaden weight in his chest. The furious scratching from below had now evolved into something far more disturbing. Heavy thuds echoed through the stone floors, as if a colossal beast was throwing its weight against its prison. Cracks spiderwebbed across the chapel floor, and dust rained down from the vaulted ceiling. The very foundations of the abbey seemed to groan under the strain. Matthias knew he had to do something, anything. He descended from the tower, his mind racing. Prayer alone had not saved his brothers, and it seemed unlikely to hold back whatever was about to emerge. He thought of the ancient texts in the scriptorium, the stories of St. Bartholomew's battle against the darkness. Perhaps there was some clue, some forgotten ritual or incantation that could help him. He rushed to the scriptorium, his footsteps echoing through the deserted halls. The room was filled with the scent of old parchment and dried ink. He frantically searched through the heavy tomes, his fingers tracing the faded Latin script. He found accounts of the abbey's founding, descriptions of the bell's forging, but nothing that explicitly detailed the entity beneath or how to contain it if the bell failed. Despair began to creep in, cold and suffocating. As he was about to give up, his hand brushed against a smaller, leather-bound book hidden beneath a loose floor tile. It was written in St. Bartholomew's own hand, the ink faded but still legible. With trembling fingers, Matthias opened the book and began to read. The text spoke of a creature of primordial shadow, drawn to places of great spiritual power, a being that could only be contained by constant sound and unwavering faith. The bell, the saint wrote, was not merely a physical barrier but a conduit for the collective faith of the monks, its rhythmic tolling a constant reaffirmation of their devotion, a song that lulled the darkness into its eternal slumber. But there was also a warning. Should the bell falter, or the faith within the abbey wane, the creature would stir, its power growing with each moment of silence. The only way to truly banish it, the saint revealed, was through an act of ultimate sacrifice, a willing offering of pure faith that would resonate with a power greater than the entity's own darkness. The specifics of this sacrifice were not detailed, only hinted at as a willing surrender of one's life, offered freely and without fear. Matthias closed the book, his mind reeling. Sacrifice. He was the last monk. Was it his destiny to be the one to make this offering? The thudding from below grew louder, closer. The cracks in the floor were widening, and a low, guttural growl echoed through the abbey, a sound that spoke of ancient hunger and impending release. He returned to the chapel, the air thick with the smell of dust and the palpable sense of something evil about to break free. He knelt before the altar, his heart filled with a profound sadness and a resolute sense of purpose. His brothers were gone. The abbey was lost. but perhaps he could still save something more. He rose and made his way back to the bell tower. The broken bell hung precariously, swaying slightly in the mountain wind. He knew it wouldn't ring again with any meaningful power. But perhaps, he thought, the act of trying was itself an act of faith. He gripped the remnants of the rope and began to pull. The bell groaned, a weak, distorted sound that was almost pathetic in its frailty. But Matthias continued to pull, his old muscles straining, his voice joining the bell's mournful tone in a desperate prayer. As he rang the broken bell, the stone floor in the chapel below erupted. A gaping chasm opened, and from the darkness within, a tendril of pure shadow writhed upwards, tendrils thickening and solidifying into a vaguely humanoid form. Its eyes glowed with an inner malevolence, and a chilling gust of air swept through the abbey, carrying the stench of decay and something ancient and foul. The creature reached out with long, skeletal fingers towards the altar, its growls growing louder and more triumphant. Matthias, high in the bell tower, continued to ring the broken bell, his prayers becoming more fervent, his voice filled with a desperate love for his lost brothers and for the sanctity of the abbey. The creature turned its attention towards the sound, its glowing eyes fixing on the bell tower. It began to move towards the stairs, its heavy footfalls shaking the very foundations of the abbey. Matthias knew his time was short. He looked out at the desolate landscape, the jagged peaks shrouded in mist. He thought of his life within these walls, the years of quiet devotion, the camaraderie of his brothers. He had lived a simple life, a life dedicated to God. And now, perhaps, his life was to end here, in this desolate place, defending the world from an ancient evil. He closed his eyes, a sense of peace settling over him. He released the bell rope and spread his arms wide, offering himself willingly. A blinding light filled the bell tower, and a sound, far more powerful than the bell's loudest peal, resonated through the mountain. Down in the chapel, the creature recoiled, its shadowy form flickering and dissipating as if burned by an unseen fire. The chasm in the floor began to close, the cracks in the stone knitting themselves back together. When the light faded, Matthias was gone. The bell tower stood silent, the broken bell still hanging precariously. Below, the chapel floor was smooth and unbroken, the air clean and still. The Abbey of St. Augustine remained, perched on its lonely peak, seemingly untouched by the night's terror. But something had changed. The bell no longer needed to be rung. A different kind of silence, a profound and watchful stillness, had settled over the mountain, a testament to a sacrifice made and a darkness contained, at least for now. The wind still howled through the crags, but now, perhaps, it carried a different kind of whisper, a reminder that some battles leave no visible scars, and that the greatest defenses are often unseen. Story 9. The Changeling Queen. Lord Alaric of Blackwood returned to his ancestral castle weary from the protracted siege of Oakhaven. The banners of his house, the black wolf rampant on a field of grey, fluttered weakly in the late autumn breeze, mirroring his own exhaustion. 5 long months he had spent in the field, enduring the biting winds and the constant threat of arrow and blade. He longed for the warmth of his hearth, the comfort of his own bed, and most of all, the embrace of his beloved wife, Queen Isolde. As he rode through the castle gates, the familiar sights and sounds of Blackwood were a balm to his battle-weary soul. The stable boys rushed to take his warhorse, Shadowfax, while the steward, a portly man named Oswin, bowed deeply, his face etched with relief. Alaric dismounted, his joints stiff, and clapped Oswin on the shoulder. "Good to be home, old friend," he said, his voice rough from disuse. "And good to have you back, my lord," Oswin replied, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "The queen has been anxiously awaiting your return." A wave of anticipation washed over Alaric. He quickened his pace, his heavy boots echoing on the stone courtyard. He passed the great hall, where servants were already setting the tables for the evening meal, and ascended the winding staircase to the royal chambers. The heavy oak door, adorned with the intertwined initials of Alaric and Isolde, felt familiar beneath his hand. He pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, which streamed through the tall, arched windows. Isolde stood by the window, her back to him, her silhouette framed by the golden light. Her long auburn hair, usually bound in intricate braids, hung loose down her back, almost reaching her waist. She seemed thinner than he remembered, her frame more delicate. "Isolde," Alaric said softly, his voice filled with emotion. She turned, and for a moment, Alaric's heart skipped a beat. Her beauty was as breathtaking as the day he had first laid eyes on her. Her skin was like alabaster, her eyes the color of a summer sky. But as she smiled, a flicker of something he couldn't quite place crossed her features. It was gone in an instant, replaced by a warm and welcoming expression. "Alaric!" she exclaimed, rushing towards him. She threw her arms around his neck, and he held her tightly, burying his face in her fragrant hair. Her embrace felt familiar, yet somehow different. He couldn't articulate it, but a tiny seed of unease began to sprout in his mind. "I have missed you terribly," she murmured, her voice softer than usual. "And I you, my love," Alaric replied, pulling back slightly to look at her. He cupped her face in his hands, his thumbs gently stroking her smooth cheeks. "You look well. The castle has fared well in my absence." "Indeed," Isolde said, her smile unwavering. "Oswin has managed things admirably, and the harvest was plentiful, despite the late rains." They spent the evening recounting their time apart. Alaric told her of the hardships of the siege, the bravery of his men, and the eventual surrender of Oakhaven. Isolde spoke of the happenings at court, the visits of neighboring lords, and the progress on the new tapestry she was overseeing for the chapel. To the casual observer, everything seemed perfectly normal. But as the days turned into weeks, Alaric's initial unease grew into a nagging suspicion. It was the small things, the subtle deviations from the woman he knew and loved. Isolde had always had a particular fondness for the blackbirds that nested in the castle gardens, often spending hours watching them from her window. Now she seemed indifferent to their presence. She had a habit of humming a specific tune while she embroidered, a cheerful melody she had learned from her nursemaid. He hadn't heard it once since his return. In their private moments, the differences were even more pronounced. Her touch sometimes felt cold, her gaze distant. There were times when he would catch her staring at him with an unreadable expression, as if she were studying him, trying to decipher some hidden meaning, and her memory seemed off. She would occasionally forget details of their shared past, moments that were etched into Alaric's heart. He tried to dismiss his concerns as the product of his own weariness and the lingering stress of battle. Perhaps he was simply being overly sensitive, his senses heightened by months of constant vigilance. He confided in his closest confidant, his cousin Gareth, a seasoned warrior who had fought alongside him at Oakhaven. "You're imagining things, Alaric," Gareth said, after listening patiently to his cousin's worries. "Isolde is a queen. She carries the weight of the kingdom on her shoulders. Perhaps she is simply preoccupied." Alaric wanted to believe him, but the feeling persisted. It was like a discordant note in a familiar melody, a subtle flaw in a perfect tapestry. He began to observe Isolde more closely, his eyes constantly searching for the telltale signs that something was amiss. One evening, as they sat by the fire in their private chamber, Alaric noticed a small, almost imperceptible detail. Isolde reached for a piece of fruit from the bowl on the table. As her fingers brushed against the smooth skin of an apple, Alaric saw it, a faint, almost translucent membrane that flickered across her fingertip for a fraction of a second before disappearing. He blinked, wondering if he had imagined it, but the image lingered in his mind, unsettling and strange. He tried to recall if he had ever noticed anything similar before, but his memory failed him. He had always been captivated by Isolde's beauty, perhaps too much to notice such a minute detail. But now, his senses were on high alert. every nuance of her behavior scrutinized under the harsh light of his suspicion. Sleep offered little respite. Alaric found himself waking in the dead of night, his heart pounding, a cold dread gripping his chest. He would turn to look at Isolde, who lay beside him, her breathing even and shallow. In the dim moonlight that filtered through the window, her face looked pale and unfamiliar. He would reach out to touch her, his fingers hovering just above her skin, hesitant, unsure. One such night, he awoke to find her side of the bed empty. He sat up, his heart racing. "Isolde?" he called softly. There was no answer. He rose and searched the chamber, but she was nowhere to be found. A cold knot of fear tightened in his stomach. Where could she have gone? He grabbed a torch from the wall and ventured out into the silent corridors of the castle. The stone walls seemed to press in on him, the shadows dancing and twisting in the flickering light. He checked the solar, the queen's private study, even the chapel, but Isolde was not in any of them. Finally, he made his way to the battlements, the highest point of the castle. The wind howled around him, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. And there, standing at the edge of the parapet, silhouetted against the pale moonlight, was Isolde. He approached her cautiously, his footsteps muffled by the stone. "Isolde," he said again, his voice barely above a whisper. She turned slowly, her eyes wide and luminous in the darkness. Her expression was blank, devoid of any recognition. For a moment, Alaric felt a surge of terror. It was as if he were looking at a stranger, a hollow shell that had somehow taken the place of his wife. Then, just as suddenly, the blankness vanished, replaced by a look of confusion. "Alaric?" she said, her voice soft and slightly slurred. "What are you doing here?" "I could ask you the same," he replied, his voice trembling slightly. "I woke up and you were gone." I don't remember," she said, her brow furrowed. "I must have been sleepwalking." Alaric wanted to believe her, but something in her eyes, a fleeting glimpse of something cold and alien, told him otherwise. He took her arm and gently led her back to their chambers, his mind reeling with unanswered questions and a growing sense of dread. The woman beside him looked like his wife, sounded like his wife, but in the depths of his heart, Lord Alaric knew that the queen who had returned to Blackwood was not the queen he had left behind. The subtle changes he had noticed were not mere figments of his imagination. Something was terribly wrong, and he feared that the truth was far more terrifying than he could possibly imagine. The unsettling incident on the battlements only deepened the chasm of doubt that had opened in Alaric's heart. Back in their chamber, Isolde had seemed genuinely confused and apologetic, attributing her nocturnal wanderings to a restless night. But Alaric couldn't shake the image of her vacant stare, the chilling lack of recognition in her eyes. He lay awake long after she had fallen asleep, his mind a whirlwind of fear and suspicion. In the days that followed, Alaric became a shadow in his own castle, his every waking moment consumed by the need to understand the change in his wife. He observed her constantly, his gaze lingering on her movements, her expressions, the very cadence of her voice. He found himself searching for the subtle inconsistencies he had begun to notice, the fleeting moments when the mask seemed to slip. He noticed that her appetite had changed. Isolde had always been a light eater, but now she consumed large quantities of meat, often raw, with an almost feral intensity that he found deeply disturbing. She also seemed to have lost her taste for wine, her once favorite vintage from the southern vineyards now left untouched in her goblet. Her interactions with the court also seemed subtly different. While she maintained the outward appearance of a gracious and benevolent queen, Alaric detected a new coldness in her eyes, a lack of genuine warmth in her smile. The courtiers, ever attuned to the moods of their rulers, seemed oblivious, attributing any perceived change to the stress of Alaric's long absence and the responsibilities of governing in his stead. But Alaric saw more. He saw the way her gaze would sometimes linger on a servant, not with kindness or concern, but with a strange, almost predatory intensity. He noticed how the castle dogs, usually so eager to greet her, would now whimper and shy away from her touch. Then came the disappearances. It started subtly with Alara, a young kitchen maid known for her cheerful disposition and her skill at baking honey cakes. One morning, she simply wasn't there. When asked, the other servants shrugged, offering vague explanations. Perhaps she had taken ill, or perhaps she had run off with a traveling merchant. Such things were not unheard of. But a few days later, Gareth, Alaric's loyal cousin, noticed the absence of Finian, one of the stable hands. Finian was a reliable and hard-working lad, unlikely to abandon his duties without a word. Gareth mentioned it to Alaric, who felt a prickle of unease. Over the next week, more servants vanished. A laundrywoman, a groundskeeper, even a page boy. Each disappearance was met with shrugs and whispered rumors, but a palpable sense of unease began to settle over the castle. The remaining servants moved with a newfound caution, their eyes darting nervously, their voices hushed. Alaric tried to question Isolde about the missing servants, but she would simply offer a dismissive wave of her hand. "Servants come and go, Alaric," she would say, her tone indifferent. "Do not trouble yourself with such trivial matters." Her lack of concern only fueled Alaric's suspicions. He began to conduct his own investigation, discreetly questioning the remaining servants, searching their abandoned chambers for any clue as to their whereabouts. He found nothing, no notes, no signs of struggle, just empty rooms and a growing sense of dread. One evening, as Alaric sat alone in his study, poring over the castle ledgers, Oswin entered, his face pale and drawn. "My lord," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I fear something terrible is happening within these walls." Alaric looked up, his heart pounding. "What is it, Oswin?" "It's the queen, my lord," Oswin said, his eyes wide with fear. I saw her." "Saw her doing what?" Alaric pressed, his voice tight with anticipation. "Wandering the castle, my lord," Oswin replied. "Late last night. I couldn't sleep, so I went down to the kitchens for some warm milk. And as I was returning to my chambers, I saw her. She was in the East Wing, the old part of the castle that has been sealed off for years." "The East Wing," Alaric frowned. "What was she doing there?" "I don't know, my lord," Oswin said, shaking his head. "But she was not alone. There was something with her, something tall and gaunt, shrouded in shadows. I couldn't make out its features, but it filled me with a terrible dread." Alaric felt a chill run down his spine. The East Wing was a part of the castle steeped in dark history, rumored to be haunted. It had been sealed off after a series of unexplained deaths centuries ago. Why would Isolde be there, in the dead of night, accompanied by a shadowy figure? "Did you see where they went?" Alaric asked. "They disappeared into the darkness at the end of the corridor, my lord," Oswin said. "I didn't dare to follow them. I came straight to you this morning." Alaric thanked Oswin and dismissed him, his mind racing. He knew he had to investigate. He had to find out what Isolde was doing in the East Wing and who or what she was meeting there. That night, Alaric feigned sleep, waiting until the castle had fallen silent. When he was sure that Isolde was asleep beside him, he slipped out of bed and dressed in dark clothes. He took a torch and made his way silently through the deserted corridors. He reached the entrance to the East Wing, a heavy oak door secured with rusty chains and a thick padlock. The air here felt colder, heavier, carrying a faint, musty odor of decay. He could see no sign that the lock had been tampered with. How had Isolde gained access? He hesitated for a moment, a sense of foreboding washing over him, but his need to know the truth outweighed his fear. He found a set of old keys in the castle archives, and after a few tense moments, the padlock sprang open. He pushed the heavy door inward and stepped into the darkness. The air inside was thick with dust and the smell of mildew. The only light came from his flickering torch, casting long, dancing shadows on the crumbling walls. He moved cautiously down the long, echoing corridor, his senses on high alert. He passed several empty chambers, their furniture draped in cobwebs, the air heavy with the silence of centuries. Then, he heard a faint sound coming from the end of the corridor. It was a soft, rhythmic scraping, like something being dragged across the stone floor. He crept forward, his torch held high. The corridor opened into a large chamber, and what he saw there made his blood run cold. In the center of the room, bathed in the eerie glow of a single flickering candle, stood Isolde. She was not alone. Beside her stood a tall, gaunt figure, just as Oswin had described. Its face was hidden in shadow, but Alaric could see long, skeletal fingers clutching something on the floor. As he moved closer, he saw what it was, the lifeless body of Alara, the young kitchen maid. Her eyes were wide with terror, her face pale and bloodless. And then, Alaric saw something even more horrifying. As the gaunt figure raised its head, a sliver of light caught its face, revealing features that were both familiar and utterly alien. It was Isolde, but not the Isolde he knew and loved. This creature had skin that seemed stretched too tight over sharp bones, eyes that glowed with an unnatural light, and a mouth filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth. It was a grotesque mockery of his wife, a thing of nightmare. The creature turned its head, its glowing eyes fixing on Alaric. A low, guttural growl emanated from its throat, and in that moment, Alaric knew the terrifying truth. The woman who had returned from battle with him was not his beloved Isolde. Something else had taken her place, something inhuman and malevolent. And the missing servants were not merely gone. They had become its prey. The subtle changes he had observed, the coldness, the strange appetites, the nocturnal wanderings, they all made sense now, painting a picture of unimaginable horror. The court saw nothing amiss, but Alaric now understood the horrifying reality. The imposter queen was slowly replacing everyone in the castle, one by one. The subtle shift in mannerisms he had first noticed was just the beginning of a terrifying transformation that threatened to consume not just his castle, but perhaps the entire kingdom. The air in the east wing grew heavy, thick with a sense of ancient evil, a premonition of the unspeakable horrors that were yet to unfold. The sight that greeted Alaric in the flickering candlelight of the East Wing chamber was one that would forever be etched into the deepest recesses of his memory. The monstrous figure, the grotesque parody of his beloved Isolde, turned its glowing eyes upon him, and a primal fear seized Alaric, threatening to paralyze him. Yet, beneath the terror, a flicker of recognition sparked within him. The auburn hair, though lank and dull, was undeniably hers. The shape of the hands, now tipped with sharp, black claws, still held a trace of the elegance he so admired. "Isolde?" he whispered, his voice barely audible above the pounding of his heart. The creature tilted its head, a strange, bird-like movement. The rows of needle-sharp teeth in its mouth parted in what might have been an attempt at a smile, but it was a horrifying rictus that sent shivers down Alaric's spine. A guttural sound, like stones grinding together, escaped its throat. Alaric knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that the woman he loved was gone, replaced by this thing. But where was she? What had happened to the real Isolde? His gaze fell upon the lifeless form of Alara, lying discarded on the floor like a broken doll. A wave of grief and rage washed over him. This creature had not only stolen his wife but was also preying upon his people. He raised his torch, the flickering light casting grotesque shadows on the walls. "What have you done?" he demanded, his voice trembling with fury. The creature took a step towards him, its long skeletal fingers twitching. Its glowing eyes seemed to pierce through him, searching, assessing. It let out another guttural growl, and Alaric instinctively knew that this was no longer Isolde. This was something else entirely, something ancient and evil that had somehow found its way into his castle. He backed away slowly, his mind racing. He needed to escape, to warn the others, to find a way to stop this monstrous imposter. He couldn't fight it here, not in this ancient, cursed wing of the castle. As he retreated, his eyes scanned the chamber. He noticed a heavy wooden chest tucked away in a dark corner. It was old, its iron hinges rusted, but it was large enough to hold a person. A terrible thought struck him. Could it be? He edged towards the chest, his torch held aloft. The creature followed, its movements surprisingly swift and silent for its gaunt frame. Alaric reached the chest and, with a surge of adrenaline, threw open the lid. Inside, huddled and pale, her eyes wide with terror, was Isolde. Her mouth was bound with a strip of cloth, and her hands were tied behind her back. She looked weak and frail, but she was alive. A wave of relief washed over Alaric, quickly followed by a renewed surge of rage. The creature let out a screech, a sound so unnatural and piercing that it made Alaric's ears ring. It lunged towards him, its claws outstretched. Alaric reacted instinctively, throwing the heavy torch at the creature. It shrieked again, recoiling from the flames. This gave Alaric the precious seconds he needed. He reached into the chest, untied Isolde's hands, and ripped the gag from her mouth. "Alaric," she gasped, her voice weak and hoarse. "We have to get out of here," he said, pulling her to her feet. They stumbled out of the chamber and back into the corridor, the monstrous impostor hissing and clawing behind them. Alaric knew they couldn't outrun it. They needed to find a way to stop it, or at least to escape the castle. They fled through the dark corridors of the East Wing, the creature's unnatural sounds echoing behind them. Alaric knew the way out, a secret passage that led from the East Wing to the castle dungeons. It was a risky route, but it was their only chance. They reached the hidden door, concealed behind a loose tapestry. Alaric fumbled with the latch, his hands shaking with fear and adrenaline. Finally, it gave way, and they slipped through the narrow opening. The passage was dark and damp, the air thick with the smell of mildew and decay. They made their way through the winding tunnels, the sounds of the creature growing fainter behind them. They emerged into the cold, damp air of the castle dungeons. The guards on duty looked at them in surprise, their eyes widening at the sight of the lord and lady in such disheveled states. "Sound the alarm," Alaric roared, his voice hoarse. "There is something evil in this castle, something that has taken the queen's form." The guards hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to make of his frantic words. But the urgency in his voice, the terror in Isolde's eyes, convinced them. The clang of the alarm bell echoed through the castle, shattering the night's silence. Alaric knew that their ordeal was far from over. The creature was still loose in the castle, and who knew how many others it had already replaced. He had to find a way to destroy it, to reclaim his castle and his wife. But as he looked at Isolde, pale and trembling beside him, he knew one thing for certain. Their lives would never be the same. The shadows that had fallen upon Blackwood were deep and ancient, and the fight against them had only just begun. The whispers of the disappearances would soon turn to screams, and the true extent of the changeling's insidious infiltration remained to be seen, leaving a gnawing uncertainty about the fate of all within the castle walls. Story 10. The Plague Doctor's Mask. The stench of death hung heavy in the air of Aylesbury, a grim tapestry woven from the smoke of funeral pyres and the sickly sweet odor of decay. It was the year of the pestilence, a time when the veil between worlds seemed thin, and the living walked alongside the specters of the recently departed. Beatrice, a midwife whose hands had once ushered in new life, now found herself more often preparing the dead for their final rest. The relentless march of the Black Death had transformed her village, once a place of simple joys and quiet sorrows, into a desolate landscape of fear and despair. Every cough, every fever, was a potential death sentence, and the once familiar faces of neighbors and friends were rapidly disappearing from the narrow, winding streets. Amidst this pervasive gloom, a figure arrived who offered a sliver of hope, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. He was known only as the Plague Doctor, and his appearance was as unsettling as it was intriguing. Draped from head to toe in black cloth, his face was hidden behind a grotesque mask with a long, beak-like nose and glass-covered eyeholes. He carried a long staff, which he used to examine patients without making direct contact, and his gloved hands held vials and pouches filled with strange concoctions. The villagers, desperate for any respite from the relentless disease, regarded him with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Beatrice first encountered the Plague Doctor in the cramped, airless room of a dying woman. The woman, Agnes, was a mother of 5. Her body racked with fever and buboes swollen to the size of apples. Beatrice had done all she could, offering comfort and herbal remedies passed down through generations. But Agnes was fading fast. Just as Beatrice resigned herself to the inevitable, the door creaked open, and the tall, cloaked figure of the plague doctor entered, his presence filling the small space. He moved with an unnerving silence, his dark eyes peering out from behind the glass of his mask, assessing the situation with a clinical detachment that both comforted and unnerved Beatrice. Without a word, the plague doctor produced a small vial from his satchel. Its contents were a dark, viscous liquid that smelled faintly of vinegar and unfamiliar herbs. Using a long, thin spoon, he administered a few drops to Agnes's parched lips. Beatrice watched with a skeptical eye, accustomed to the charlatans who often preyed on the vulnerable during times of crisis. Yet, over the next few days, a remarkable change occurred in Agnes. Her fever began to subside, the swelling in her lymph nodes decreased, and a flicker of life returned to her eyes. Agnes, against all odds, was recovering. News of Agnes's miraculous recovery spread through Aylesbury like wildfire. The plague doctor, once viewed with suspicion, was now hailed as a savior, a messenger sent by God to deliver them from the pestilence. People flocked to him, begging for his treatments, offering what little they had in exchange for a chance at survival. Beatrice, despite her initial skepticism, found herself drawn to the doctor's seemingly effective methods. The sheer number of patients he managed to pull back from the brink of death was undeniable. The local priest, Father Michael, initially wary of the newcomer, also began to see the plague doctor as a blessing. The church's remedies and prayers seemed to offer little solace against the relentless tide of death, and the doctor's interventions were providing tangible results. He offered the doctor the use of a small, abandoned apothecary near the church, providing him with a dedicated space to prepare his remedies and examine his growing number of patients. Beatrice, with her knowledge of herbs and her experience caring for the sick, often assisted the plague doctor. He rarely spoke, communicating mostly through gestures and the occasional written note. His movements were precise and deliberate, his gloved hands working with a skill that suggested years of experience. Beatrice observed his methods closely, noting the various herbs and minerals he used in his concoctions. Many were familiar: lavender, rosemary, thyme, known for their medicinal properties. But there were others she couldn't identify, strange roots and dried leaves with unfamiliar scents. One evening, as Beatrice helped the plague doctor prepare a batch of his remedy, she noticed a small pouch lying open on his table. Inside, mixed with the familiar herbs, were several dried leaves with an unusual silvery sheen. She picked one up, its texture strangely brittle, and brought it closer to her nose. The scent was faint, almost metallic, with a subtle undertone that prickled at the back of her throat. She couldn't place it, and when she looked up to ask the doctor about it, he was already watching her, his dark eyes behind the glass unnervingly intense. He wordlessly took the leaf from her hand and carefully placed it back in the pouch, his movements conveying a clear message. Some things were not to be questioned. Despite this subtle warning, Beatrice continued to work alongside the plague doctor, grateful for the respite his treatments offered to the suffering villagers. She witnessed countless recoveries, people who had been at death's door returning to their families, their faces etched with relief and a newfound gratitude towards their masked savior. The town of Aylesbury, though still scarred by loss, began to breathe a collective sigh of cautious optimism. The plague doctor had become their unlikely hero, a figure of hope in a time of unimaginable despair. The shadow of the plague still loomed large, but for the first time in months, there was a glimmer of light in the darkness, all thanks to the mysterious physician who never showed his face. The initial relief that washed over Aylesbury, brought about by the plague doctor's seemingly miraculous interventions, began to subtly curdle, like fresh milk left too long in the sun. While the immediate threat of the Black Death seemed to recede for those who received his dark draught, Beatrice started to observe disquieting changes in the patients after their recovery. At first, they were small things, easily dismissed as the lingering effects of a terrible illness or perhaps an overabundance of gratitude towards their savior. But as the weeks passed, the patterns became more pronounced, more difficult to ignore. One of the first things Beatrice noticed was a certain uniformity in the recovered patient's demeanor. They seemed strangely placid, their emotions muted, their eyes holding a distant, almost vacant quality. Agnes, the first to receive the plague doctor's treatment, was now back on her feet, tending to her children. Yet, the vibrant, sometimes fiery spirit that Beatrice had known was gone. Agnes moved with a quiet obedience, her responses to questions brief and devoid of the usual warmth. She performed her daily tasks diligently but seemed to lack the spark of joy that had once characterized her. Similarly, Thomas, the village blacksmith, a man known for his booming laughter and hearty tales, returned to his forge after his recovery. But the laughter was gone, replaced by a quiet, almost mechanical efficiency. He worked tirelessly, his hammer striking the metal with unwavering precision, but he no longer engaged in the lively banter with the villagers that had once filled the air around his workshop. His eyes, once bright and full of life, now seemed dull and unfocused, as if his thoughts were far away. These individual changes might have gone unnoticed, attributed to the trauma of surviving the plague. But Beatrice, with her intimate knowledge of the villagers' personalities, saw a disturbing consistency in these transformations. It wasn't just the absence of their former vibrancy. There was a subtle shift in their very essence, a sense that something vital had been leached away, replaced by a quiet, almost unnerving compliance. Another unsettling observation was the way the recovered patients interacted with the plague doctor. They regarded him with an almost reverent devotion, their eyes following his every move. If he passed by, they would often stop what they were doing and offer a silent nod of acknowledgement, their faces devoid of any real emotion, yet filled with an unsettling sense of obligation. It was as if their recovery had come at a price, a silent, unspoken debt that they were now perpetually paying. Beatrice tried to share her concerns with Father Michael, but the priest, overwhelmed with the dwindling numbers in his congregation and the apparent success of the plague doctor's methods, was hesitant to entertain any doubts. "Beatrice, my child," he said, his voice weary, "the Lord works in mysterious ways. If this man has been sent to us to alleviate our suffering, we should be grateful and not question his methods too closely. Perhaps the illness has simply taken its toll on their spirits." But Beatrice couldn't shake the feeling that something was profoundly wrong. The changes she observed weren't merely the lingering effects of sickness. They felt deeper, more fundamental. She started to pay closer attention to the plague doctor himself, observing his interactions with the patients, the way he moved, the rare snippets of conversation she overheard. He remained an enigma, his face always hidden behind the grotesque mask, his voice a muffled monotone when he did speak. One afternoon, while assisting the plague doctor in the apothecary, Beatrice noticed him preparing a fresh batch of his remedy. The familiar scent of vinegar and herbs filled the air, but she also detected that strange metallic undertone she had noticed before. As the doctor turned his back to fetch a mortar and pestle, Beatrice's gaze fell upon the open pouch containing the unusual silvery leaves. Driven by a growing unease, she reached out and quickly took one, concealing it in the folds of her apron. Later that night, in the quiet solitude of her small cottage, Beatrice examined the leaf more closely. By the light of a flickering candle, she noted its brittle texture and the faint, almost imperceptible veins that crisscrossed its surface. She crushed a small piece between her fingers and brought it to her nose. The metallic scent was stronger now, and there was a new aroma mingled with it, something vaguely sweet, almost cloying. It reminded her of certain poisonous nightshade berries, but with a strange, unsettling difference. Driven by a growing sense of urgency, Beatrice sought out the village elder, a woman named Alara who possessed a deep knowledge of local herbs and folklore. Alara, her face etched with the wisdom of years, listened intently as Beatrice described the leaf and its unusual properties. She took the dried fragment and examined it carefully, her wrinkled fingers tracing its delicate veins. A look of concern slowly spread across her face. "This," Elara said, her voice low and grave, "is not a plant that grows in these lands. I have never seen anything quite like it, but there is something familiar about its essence. It reminds me of tales whispered in my youth, of herbs used by those who sought not to heal the body, but to influence the mind." Elara's words sent a shiver down Beatrice's spine. Influence the mind? Could the plague doctor's remedy be doing more than just curing the plague? Could it be altering the very thoughts and feelings of those who consumed it? The placid demeanor, the vacant eyes, the unsettling devotion to the doctor. All the pieces began to fall into place, forming a disturbing picture in Beatrice's mind. The hope that the plague doctor had brought to Aylesbury now seemed tainted, overshadowed by a growing suspicion that his true purpose was far more sinister than anyone could have imagined. The town saw him as a savior, but Beatrice feared he was something far more dangerous, a wolf in sheep's clothing whose miraculous treatments masked a far more insidious agenda. The silence that had fallen over the recovered patients now felt less like peace and more like a prelude to something truly terrifying. Elara's unsettling revelation propelled Beatrice into a state of urgent action. The idea that the plague doctor was not merely healing bodies but manipulating minds was deeply disturbing. She knew she had to find definitive proof, something tangible that would convince the villagers of the danger lurking beneath the doctor's benevolent facade. The challenge lay in the fact that the recovered patients, their minds subtly altered, would likely defend him vehemently, and the rest of the town saw him as their savior. Beatrice began to observe the plague doctor with renewed intensity. She watched him prepare his remedies, her eyes scanning for any clue, any indication of his true motives. She noticed that he always added the silvery leaves last, crushing them carefully with a small pestle before mixing them into the dark liquid. The quantity seemed small, almost insignificant, yet Elara's words echoed in her mind. Even the smallest dose of certain herbs could have profound effects on the human psyche. One day, an opportunity presented itself. The plague doctor had been called away to tend to a patient on the outskirts of the village, leaving his apothecary unattended for a brief period. Beatrice, feigning a need for some herbs for a birthing mother, slipped into the small room. Her heart pounded in her chest as she scanned the shelves and tables, her eyes drawn to the pouch containing the silvery leaves. It was sitting on the table, partially open. With trembling hands, she reached for it, intending to take more of the leaves for further examination. Just as her fingers brushed against the rough fabric of the pouch, she heard footsteps approaching. She quickly withdrew her hand, her breath catching in her throat. The plague doctor entered the room, his masked face turning towards her. For a moment, the silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the frantic beating of Beatrice's heart. Then, the doctor simply nodded, his dark eyes behind the glass seemingly unreadable. He moved past her to the table, carefully closed the pouch, and placed it in a locked wooden box. The silent encounter left Beatrice shaken, a clear indication that the doctor was more perceptive than she had initially thought. Realizing that directly confronting the doctor without irrefutable proof would be futile, Beatrice decided to focus on the recovered patients. She spent hours talking to them, listening to their stories, trying to discern the extent of the changes in their personalities. She noticed a recurring theme in their conversations: a deep sense of gratitude towards the plague doctor, often expressed in terms that seemed disproportionate to the care they had received. They spoke of him with an almost religious fervor, their words echoing a sentiment that felt implanted rather than genuinely felt. One evening, Beatrice found Agnes sitting by the riverbank, staring blankly at the flowing water. Usually, Agnes would be surrounded by her children, her laughter echoing through the air. Now, she sat alone, her face devoid of expression. Beatrice sat down beside her. "Agnes," she said gently, "how are you feeling?" Agnes turned to her, her eyes lacking their usual sparkle. "I am well, Beatrice. The doctor has healed me. I am forever in his debt." "Of course," Beatrice replied, trying to keep her voice neutral. "He has helped many in our village. But tell me, Agnes, do you feel like yourself again?" Agnes hesitated for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. I don't know. I feel content. peaceful. The worries seem distant. Beatrice pressed on carefully. Do you still enjoy the things you used to? Singing with your children? Working in your garden? Agnes's brow furrowed slightly. I do what needs to be done. The doctor says we must be grateful and obedient. The word obedient struck Beatrice like a cold stone, confirmed her growing fears. The plague doctor wasn't just healing, he was controlling. He was turning the villagers into docile, compliant subjects. But for what purpose? The answer came to Beatrice in a chilling realization. The plague had decimated the population of Aylesbury. The fields lay untended. The workshops stood silent. The very fabric of the community was unraveling. The plague doctor, with his ability to control minds, could rebuild the village in his own image, with the recovered patients as his unquestioning workforce. He wasn't a savior. He was a puppeteer, pulling the strings of their minds for his own gain. Beatrice knew she had to act quickly. The doctor's influence was growing stronger with each passing day. She confided in Alara, and together they devised a plan. They knew they couldn't directly accuse the plague doctor without proof that would stand up against the town's adoration. Their only hope was to somehow counteract the effects of the herb in his remedy. Remembering the faint metallic scent of the silvery leaves, Alara suggested a counteragent, a rare bluebell that grew only in the deepest part of the nearby woods. It was said to have properties that could disrupt certain mental influences. It was a long shot, but it was their only chance. Under the cover of darkness, Beatrice and Alara ventured into the dense forest. The woods were eerily silent, the usual sounds of nocturnal creatures absent, as if even nature held its breath. They finally found the bluebells, their delicate blue flowers glowing faintly in the moonlight. They gathered as many as they could carry, their hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. The next morning, as the plague doctor prepared his remedy in the apothecary, Beatrice and Alara, with the help of a few trusted villagers who had not yet been treated by the doctor, managed to subtly introduce an extract of the bluebells into a large batch of the doctor's concoction. It was a risky move, but they had no other choice. The following days were filled with anxious anticipation. Beatrice watched the recovered patients closely, hoping to see some change in their demeanor. Slowly, subtly, she began to notice a difference. The vacant look in their eyes seemed to lessen, replaced by flickers of their former selves. Agnes started humming a familiar lullaby as she tended to her children. Thomas was seen sharing a quiet joke with a neighbor. The change was gradual, but it was undeniable. The plague doctor, however, seemed to sense that something was amiss. He became more watchful, his masked gaze lingering on the recovered patients, his movements around the apothecary more hurried and secretive. Beatrice knew their time was running out. One evening, as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the village square, Beatrice confronted the plague doctor. She found him in the abandoned apothecary, his back to her as he meticulously cleaned his instruments. "Doctor," she said, her voice trembling slightly but firm. He turned slowly, his masked face impassive. "Midwife Beatrice, what brings you here?" His voice was a low, muffled monotone. "I know what you've been doing," Beatrice said, her eyes fixed on his masked face. "The herbs in your mask, they don't ward off the plague. They control minds." The plague doctor remained silent for a moment. Then he let out a soft, almost sighing sound. "You are perceptive, Beatrice." His voice seemed to lose some of its muffled quality, revealing a hint of something colder, something more calculating beneath. He reached up and slowly began to remove his mask. The villagers who had gathered outside the apothecary gasped as they saw his face for the first time. He was younger than they had imagined, with pale skin and eyes that held an unsettling intensity. But it wasn't his youth that shocked them. It was the strange, intricate network of veins that pulsed visibly beneath his skin, particularly around his temples and eyes, glowing with a faint, unnatural light. "The plague," he said, his voice now clear and resonant, "was merely an opportunity, a clean slate upon which to build something better." He gestured towards the villagers gathered outside, their faces a mixture of confusion and dawning horror. They were broken, lost. I have given them purpose, direction. Beatrice stepped forward, her voice filled with defiance. You have stolen their free will. You have turned them into puppets. The plague doctor smiled, a thin, unsettling curve of his lips. Perhaps, but is a life of quiet obedience not preferable to the chaos and suffering they knew before? He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Consider this, Beatrice. The pestilence will return. It always does. And when it does, who will be ready? Who will have the strength and the unity to survive? He extended a hand towards her, his eyes gleaming with a strange fervor. Join me, Beatrice. Together we can build a new world, free from the weaknesses of the old. Beatrice recoiled from his touch. Never. The plague doctor's smile vanished, replaced by a look of cold determination. Then you are a threat. Before he could make a move, the recovered villagers, their eyes now showing a flicker of their former awareness, began to stir. The bluebell extract was taking full effect. Confusion clouded their faces as the doctor's influence waned. They looked at him, then at Beatrice, their expressions shifting from blind devotion to bewildered uncertainty. The ending of this tale remains unwritten in the hearts of the villagers of Aylesbury. The plague doctor, his grand design unraveling, vanished into the encroaching twilight, leaving behind a community grappling with the unsettling truth of their recent salvation. They were free, but the memory of their lost will, the chilling glimpse into the power of manipulation, lingered like a phantom limb, a constant reminder of the masked figure who had briefly held their minds captive. The question that haunted their waking hours and whispered in their dreams was not whether the plague would return, but whether the doctor, with his insidious methods, would one day seek to rebuild his silent kingdom.